Chapter 1089. Maximus! Maximus! A shout came from behind him. Maximus turned around in a daze, but the person who called him was Gorgon. Maximus was surprised. Although he frequently went in and out of the tavern by the street for more than 10 days, so he knew this well-informed Gorgon, he did not think that he was familiar enough for Gorgon to chase after him alone and care about him. With vigilance, Maximus asked indifferently, "What's the matter?" Gorgon walked up to him and said in a serious manner, "I want to talk to you about your job search." Maximus was not a refugee who came across the sea to Dionia to seek a better life in his hometown. He was once an aristocrat in Rome. Not only did he have many years of experience in government affairs, but he also participated in many wars. If it were not for the fact that Rome was conquered, it would not take long for him to enter the Senate of Rome. He also had rich political experience. Every time he saw Gorgon enter the tavern, he always felt that this person was intentionally or unintentionally leading the customers to argue and spread some news. This practice reminded him of some tricks of the Rome senators to fool the people. Therefore, he thought that Gorgon was not simple, so he did not have much contact with him. At this time, Gorgon's initiative to contact him made him even more vigilant. He immediately refused. "I'm sorry, I have to go home now. I don't have time." Gorgon raised his eyebrows, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Then, he calmed down and said unhurriedly, "5 days ago, you were attacked by a Rome man on the way to the demo government office in the western outer city. If it weren't for the patrol team who arrived in time and arrested the criminal, I'm afraid you would still be lying in the hospital receiving treatment now." In order not to worry about his family, Maximus did not tell anyone about it. He did not expect Gorgon to say it out loud. His expression immediately changed. "How did you know?" Gorgon sneered. "Do you think the patrol team just happened to appear there? I'm afraid you don't know that your youngest son was playing by the pool in the middle of the building you rented yesterday. If it weren't for someone stopping him, he would have been kidnapped by a man from Rome. Do you have time to talk to me now?" Maximus' expression changed drastically. He did not expect that the people of Rome, who hated him for his betrayal, would target his family. He almost wanted to rush to his family immediately, but he suppressed the impulse. He stared at the man in front of him and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Gorgon put away the sarcastic smile on his face, and his temperament suddenly changed. He said solemnly, "Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Gorgon, and I work for the Intelligence Department of the Kingdom of Dionia." The Intelligence Department of the Kingdom of Dionia? Hearing this term, Maximus instinctively felt a sense of fear. It was the consequence of being interrogated overnight in the slave camp. He subconsciously took a step back and whispered, "What do you want to talk about?" Gorgon glanced at his retreating foot as if he could see through his mind. He looked at him with sharp eyes and said softly, "You should know very well that your report has caused some people in Rome to resent you. You and your family have become the target of their revenge. The reason why you are safe now is because of the secret protection of our intelligence department. However, this protection is not indefinite." Maximus stared at him, but there was a hint of weakness in his eyes. He could hear the threat in Gorgon's words, but Gorgon's words had also hit the nail on the head. Gorgon, however, changed the topic as if nothing had happened. "Master Tratus, the Director General of the Turii region of the Intelligence Department, once wanted you to join us, but you refused. At that time, you must have thought that there was a better way to go since you had just regained your freedom. But now? Maybe you have the patience to work hard in the kingdom for more than 10 years, so that you can obtain the qualification of an official citizen? Or you can go to the southern region of Iberia to settle down, but that place is not very stable. When the indigenous people attack, can you escape safely with your wife and children? Or do you finally decide to leave the kingdom and live in other strange places?" Every word of Gorgon was impacting Maximus' psychological defense. His eyes began to flicker, and after a while, he squeezed out a sentence. "What do you want to say?" "Join us." Gorgon's voice was not loud, but it was powerful. In the past, there was no intelligence department in Rome, but many nobles had a group of hangers-on who were responsible for prying into the privacy of the people, inciting the people, using underhanded methods to rob the people's land, and so on, doing some dirty things. So Maximus thought that the intelligence department of the Kingdom of Dionia was also doing such despicable things. Of course, as a noble, he would not care about it, but now he seemed to be in a desperate situation. Maximus's expression was uncertain. He hesitated and struggled for a while, then tentatively said, "What's the benefit of joining you? Can you make me an official citizen as soon as possible?" "Even if our intelligence department directly serves His Majesty Divers, it is impossible for us to become an official citizen directly because of the restrictions of the Dionysian law. But we have more opportunities to make contributions, and we can help you become an official citizen faster," Gorgon said with a straight face. "Even if our intelligence department directly serves His Majesty Divers, there is still the restriction of the Dionysian law. I remember you are not an official citizen yet," Maximus said with a slightly sarcastic tone. Gorgon smiled slightly. "In fact, I have been an official citizen for a long time. Because of the need of official business, I deliberately let the customers in the tavern think so." "So, you are from Epirus, and you only came to Dionia 5 years ago. Is this information also false?" "It's all true. But not long after I came to Dionia, I joined the intelligence department and was ordered to carry out a mission at Pucetti's Brindisi naval base. During the invasion of Epirus and Peloponnesus Peninsula, I won their trust and acted as a guide. In fact, I secretly told the 9th Legion the route of their march, which eventually led to their destruction. For this, I made a great contribution. 2 years later, I became an official citizen and was transferred back to Thurii," Gorgon said proudly. "Don't think that our intelligence department looks insignificant. In fact, it is very important. Once something important happens, not only the city governor, but even the wartime governor and military commander have to take the initiative to ask for help from the intelligence director of each region. Their military achievements are all thanks to us. Just like His Majesty Divers said, we are the hidden heroes of the kingdom, protecting the safety of the kingdom with all our might." Seeing that Maximus was lost in thought, Gorgon struck while the iron was hot and continued, "Not to mention, you have joined the intelligence department. Although you are not a citizen yet, you have become one of us. Your family will be fully protected by us. Your life will also be greatly improved, because you may carry out missions with another identity, and you can receive double the salary." Maximus listened to Gorgon, so he could not make a decision at the moment. He said hesitantly, "Let me go back and think about it." Gorgon saw that he was a little tempted, and then said, "You'd better make a decision as soon as possible, because the arrest of the suspects who conspired to assassinate His Majesty the Devers is almost over, and our protection of your family is also coming to an end." When Maximus heard this, he suddenly became anxious and blurted out, I have decided to join you." Gorgon smiled triumphantly. "That is a wise choice. Report to the white courtyard next to the inspection office in the western outer city tomorrow morning." On the same night, one of the 5 rotating presidents of the Senate, the recently stepped-down governor of Thurii, welcomed a distinguished guest at his residence. The governor of Catanae, Milan was the governor of Catanae after Cypros was transferred to Thurii. He had just finished his term of office and came back to report on his work. Back in those days, Lysias and Milan were political enemies in Crotone. They fought fiercely for their own interests. Later, Lysias won, and Milan was expelled from Crotone by the General Assembly. At that time, he hated Lysias very much. It was not until Dionysius led the army of Syracuse to invade Greece that Milan was recalled back to Crotone. For the survival of the city, the two temporarily put aside their differences and worked together. It was not until Crotone was incorporated into the kingdom of Dionia that the two no longer had any conflict of interest. Instead, because they were both senators of Crotone, they needed to support each other in the unfamiliar political scene of Dionia. Therefore, the hostile relationship between the two finally improved. After more than 10 years of interaction, the two people of Crotone, who were once enemies and had different personalities, finally became good friends. Milan, you didn't come tonight because you're worried about the debriefing tomorrow, did you? Lysias asked with a smile. What's there to worry about? Katani has been developing more and more prosperous in the past few years. The senators know that I have a lot of credit for this. Milan was quite confident. He said straightforwardly, All right, stop pretending. You know why I came to see you tonight. The regional governor. I want to become the governor of Eastern Sicily, and I need your support. The regional governor of Eastern Sicily. Lysias was not surprised. He rubbed his chin and said in a low voice, It is indeed not one of the regional governors that His Majesty needs to personally appoint. The Devers proposed in today's Senate meeting that as southern Iberia, Rome, and western Sicily are located at the border of the kingdom, the situation is more complicated. For the security and stability of the kingdom, he must personally appoint the candidate for the regional governor. The other regional governors are all freely elected by the senators, and he will not interfere in any way. In fact, the Devers exchanged the right to elect the regional governor for the approval of the other 3 resolutions, and everything is as he had planned. Ever since you became the governor of Naxos, you have many years of experience as a governor, and your performance is not bad, especially in the last war. Furthermore, you are very familiar with the situation in eastern Sicily. Logically speaking, it should not be a big problem for you to be elected as the regional governor of eastern Sicily. Chapter 1090. Do you support him or not? Or not? Just say it, don't be so long-winded, Myron said impatiently. Since you want to be the regional governor, don't be in a hurry. Let's slowly analyze the situation and come up with a good countermeasure, Lucius said discontentedly. If you just want me to say it, fine. I agree to support you, you can go back now. Good. Good. I was wrong. Say it, say it. Myron had to admit defeat. Logically speaking, with your qualifications and achievements, it shouldn't be a problem for you to become the governor of eastern Sicily. Lucius said in a low voice. Of course, if it wasn't for Cypros's cleverness, leading the Trine people to support Dionia early on, and making the king of Devers more favorable to him, I would have had the right to fight for the position of the wartime governor of Sicily, Myron said indignantly. Lucius's expression changed slightly, and he immediately advised, Don't talk nonsense. Senator Cypros is smart and capable. Not only did he make great contributions in the Western Mediterranean War, but he also assisted His Majesty with us after becoming the rotating president of the Senate. He also provided great help to the recovery of the kingdom after the war. If His Majesty hears what you said, I'm afraid your dream of becoming the regional governor will be dashed. I'm just saying it here. Why would I be stupid enough to spread it around? You're being too careful, Myron said disapprovingly. Besides, His Majesty promised today that he would not interfere in the election of the regional chief executive. Lucius's expression suddenly became serious. He said in a deep voice, Myron, as your friend, I solemnly warn you that it's best to always be in awe of His Majesty the Devers. I've been the rotating president for many years, and I've spent a lot of time with His Majesty. He's far more powerful than you think. If he knows that you're disrespectful to him, he has ways to make you never become the regional governor, and I'll have to stay away from you in the future. Myron was shocked by Lucius's sudden change of attitude. He was stunned for a moment and quickly corrected himself. How would I dare to disrespect His Majesty? I'm just good. I swear to Hades that I will never say such things again. Now tell me, what are the chances of me becoming the governor of Eastern Sicily? Instead of answering directly, Lysias asked, How many years have you been in Eastern Sicily? Including the time I spent in Naxos, it should be 8 years. Myron counted with his fingers and could not help but sigh. 8 years is indeed too long. Lysias also sighed. You still remember what happened between Antonios and Laodigian, right? Myron's heart skipped a beat. You mean, I think you should know that in order to prevent that incident from happening again, there are very few elders who can serve as the chief executive of a town for more than 10 years, or even less than 8 years. Although you're in 2 different towns, they're too close to each other and belong to the same region. If you become the chief executive of Eastern Sicily, you'll definitely serve for more than 10 years. I think during the election, there will definitely be some elders who covet this position that will criticize you for this problem. It'll be almost impossible for you to be elected. Myron slumped on the chair as if he had been hit in the head. However, he immediately realized something and forced himself to pull himself together. He asked, You just said that you support me to participate in the election. Do you mean? Lysias smiled and said, Although the possibility of becoming the chief executive of Eastern Sicily is not high, with your qualifications and achievements, you can definitely compete for the chief executive of other regions. Do you have any intentions? His Majesty just announced this proposal this afternoon. I only want to run for the chief executive of Eastern Sicily and have no time to think about other things. But since the chance of becoming the chief executive of this region is not high, I can also run for the chief executive of other regions. Myron quickly thought it through. Then let's see which chief executive is more suitable for you? And easier to win? Lysias analyzed unhurriedly. The chief executive of southern Iberia has been confirmed to be Bagul, the chief executive of Rome is Assists, and the candidate for the chief executive of Western Sicily. Although His Majesty has not publicly announced it, it shouldn't be you. Then, we exclude Eastern Sicily. By the way, there's also the Crotone region. Oh right, there's also the Crotone region. If you want to govern our hometown, I'm afraid that some of the senior elders will raise doubts and say that you're biased. To avoid trouble, we'll exclude it as well. Next, although there are not many towns in Corsica and northern Sardinia, the mining and smelting of various metals there are very important to the development of the kingdom, so its weight in the kingdom is not low. The last time Strompoli served as the wartime governor of Sardinia was because of the urgent needs of the kingdom during the war. He himself is old and lacks energy, and has long been tired of serving in the local areas. This time, it's estimated that he won't be the chief executive of Sardinia. If you're interested, you can go and compete for it. But you've never had the experience of managing a mine before, and this may become a weakness that your opponents can use against you. I'm not interested in being a mine foreman, Myron said simply. I've been in Sicily for too long. Since I can't be the chief executive of Eastern Sicily, I don't want to stay in Sicily anymore, so, you won't be competing for the chief executive of the Strait of Messina, Syracuse, and southern Sicily. Lysias suddenly realized something as he spoke. He looked at Myron and asked, Do you already have a goal? Myron grinned. I was inspired when I was talking to you just now. What do you think of the chief executive of the Masapi region? The Masapi region. If it was said that it was difficult to govern the people there in the first few years after the kingdom conquered it, now that more than 10 years have passed, the Masapi region has long since become like the other regions of Greater Greece, and it's not difficult to govern. As a result, it has no special characteristics among the dozen or so areas newly divided by the kingdom. The population of this region is not large, and the land area is not large. There are some fertile arable lands, but the output is not within the top 5 of the various regions. There are also some good livestock, but it can't compare with the Brutty region and Lucania municipality. It has both sea and land trade, but it's not very prosperous. Such a region that seems a bit mediocre in all aspects, and can only rank in the middle of the strength of the various regions of the kingdom. Why did you choose it? Lysias was a little puzzled. He knew that Myron was not a person who liked mediocrity. On the contrary, he liked to be proactive and enterprising. Choosing the Masapi region did not seem to fit his personality. The Masapi region has a characteristic that other regions don't have. Myron smiled mysteriously and then said seriously, "It's closest to the Peloponnesus Peninsula, the closest to the mainland of Greece." "You mean?" Lysias seemed to understand something from Myron's slightly excited face. He was surprised, but then shook his head and said, "That's impossible. The kingdom's current strategy is still to develop northward, not to mention that the kingdom has not yet recovered from the Western Mediterranean War. The benefits obtained from the war have not been fully digested, so it's impossible to launch another war in a short period of time." "Of course I understand that." Myron still insisted on his own opinion. "But sometimes the situation develops quickly, and we can't do what we want. Just like the Western Mediterranean War, we also insisted on developing northward, but no one expected that Carthage would be the first to declare war on us. The situation in Greece is complicated, and the war has lasted for so many years. Maybe one of the city-states will pay a certain price and ask the kingdom to go and quell the war, which will move His Majesty and the Senate. After all, our Dionia is so powerful, and it's so close to the mainland of Greece. These Greek city-states that are troubled by the war will not have any thoughts." At this point, Myron leaned back in a more comfortable position and said leisurely, "Since the candidate for the governor of Rome has been decided, I can only choose Messapi to take a gamble. Who knows, there might really be a war during my term of office. At that time, maybe I can take advantage of it like Cypros, because the naval base of Brindisi is next to Messapi, and the nearest port town to the Greek mainland, Odrum, is in the Messapi region. Not long ago, the Athenian navy also landed on the island of Kekala, which is very close to the Messapi region, making this Greek island dependent on them. Although you haven't personally led troops to war for more than 10 years, you're still so eager for war." Lysias shook his head helplessly and then said, "Since you've chosen Messapi, we can do this. First, let someone nominate you as a candidate for the governor of Eastern Sicily. After you fail in the election, when it's time to elect the governor of Messapi, you can then take the initiative to express your willingness to participate in the election. Since your first failure is not due to lack of political achievements and qualifications, but only because of the unfortunate reason of serving for too long, the elders are likely to sympathize and support you. Of course, to be more secure, I suggest you talk to Antares again tonight and seek his support." "Antares? Ever since I came to Sicily, I haven't had much contact with him for 8 years." Myron seemed a little regretful. "It doesn't matter. We've known Antares before we joined Ionia, and you've had a good relationship with him over the years. And according to the new regional division, his motherland, Cremissa, has also been assigned to the Crotone region, so we're all in the same region now." Lysias smiled and encouraged him. "All right, then I'll go in a while," Myron replied without hesitation. Chapter 1091. In the residence of another chairman, Cypros was a little surprised when he saw that it was Hyctas who came to visit. He asked with a smile, "Why? Are you also here for the election of the regional governor?" Hyctas shrugged helplessly. "Sir Chairman, ever since His Majesty announced this matter in the afternoon, the Senate has been like boiling water. The debate hasn't stopped even when the meeting is adjourned. When I came here just now, I saw several streets full of carriages. Everyone is seeking help for the election of the regional governor. How can I just stand by and watch? But you haven't even become a town governor yet. It's still too early for you to be a regional governor. The reason why Cypros was so direct was because after Syracuse was conquered, as the wartime governor of Sicily, he was able to stabilize the order of the once largest city-state in Sicily in a relatively short period of time. Hyctes had contributed a lot. After that, when the governor of Syracuse had yet to be determined, Cypros had also helped him a lot. Therefore, both parties had established a very good working relationship. Later, Hyctes was transferred to Thurii and was taken care of by Cypros many times. Over time, the two became good friends. "Of course it's not for me, but for Syracuse," Hyctes said seriously. "You also know that ever since Sir Adrianx became the governor of Syracuse, he has been governing Syracuse very well for the past few years. My relatives and friends in Syracuse have praised him many times in letters. I'm thinking that since the development of Syracuse has just gotten on the right track, instead of electing a senator who is unfamiliar with the people of Syracuse and doesn't understand the situation of Syracuse, it's better to elect Sir Adrianx. He should be able to make the development of this region better, so I've specially come to visit you to get your support. Hyctes, I've told you several times. You're now a senator of the Kingdom of Dionia. Don't just keep your eyes on Syracuse and speak for the interests of Syracuse. You have to look broader and pay attention to other towns. Only then can you get the approval of His Majesty and the other senators." Cypros reminded him solemnly. "I've listened to what you said, and I'm slowly changing. In the past few days, regarding the proposal of whether we should accept the Frentanis' request to form an alliance with them, send our navy to help them patrol the coast and drive away the pirates, I've also expressed my opinion. But Syracuse is my foundation. If I don't speak for its interests, the people at home will scold me," Hyctes said earnestly. Cypros stopped there. Seeing that Hyctes understood, he directly answered the election question that Hyctes mentioned. "You don't need to worry about whether Adrianx can become the governor of Syracuse. He's one of the founding fathers of Dionia. He's more experienced and has deeper connections than me. Not to mention anything else, the senators in the army will definitely support him fully. The key question now is whether he's willing to become the governor of Syracuse. Instead of trying to convince me, you might as well convince him." Seeing that Hyctes wanted to speak, Cypros waved his hand and said, "You don't have to worry. After the meeting, His Majesty has discussed with the 5 rotating president. For the sake of fairness, we've decided to postpone the final election to 10 days later. This way, the senators who are serving as governors in each town can come back in time to attend this important meeting." "Then I'm relieved." Hyctes breathed a sigh of relief. "You might as well worry about yourself first. After the establishment of the regional governor, the position of the governor of a town will be open to the middle-ranking officials of the kingdom. By then, the competition for the position of the governor will be very fierce. You're still the adjutant of the town governor, right?" Cypros asked with concern. "The adjutant of the administrative governor of Amendolara." Hyctes complained when his position was mentioned. "Amendolara may not be big, but there are a lot of things to deal with. Most importantly, most of the citizens there will barge into the town hall to report problems to us. For example, the pavement in front of their house is cracked, or the canals in their fields have collapsed, and so on. These are all trivial matters. You can't punish them for their rudeness, but you have to try your best to help them solve their problems because they all have that little disc pinned on Bolton, the founder's medal of Dionia." Cypros nodded, expressing his understanding. "The old citizens of Amendolara have a special status in the kingdom. Even if I'm in Amendolara, my situation is not much better than yours. But after 3 years of special training in Amendolara, I believe that not only are you familiar with the laws of the kingdom, but you are also proficient in handling the various government affairs of the town. After the election of the regional governor, there will be a lot of vacancies in the position of the town governor. You have to seize this opportunity to seek the position of the town governor as soon as possible. This will be beneficial to your future development in the kingdom's political arena." Hyctes was touched by Cypros's sincere words. He said earnestly, "Thank you for the reminder, my lord. I will definitely strive for a promotion, and I hope that my lord can give me more support." Cypros did not hesitate and immediately agreed. "Of course I will speak for you, but in the end, the appointment of the town governor will be decided by His Majesty. But you did well in Amandalora. I believe that it will not be a big problem for you to become the town governor." "That's great." Hyctes looked excited. "Oh, how is your nephew Samaratus now?" Cypros asked. "He's still the same as before, not interested in becoming a political official of the kingdom. He only wants to be an officer. Now he has a part-time job as a firefighter in Amandalora, focusing most of his energy on military training. Everyone's ambition is different. He can become a soldier, and if he can be promoted to a commander in the future, he also has a chance to enter the Senate. This is also a very good path," Cypros said with a smile. "But when the war breaks out, who knows what will happen?" Hyctes sighed. "Well, it's getting late. You should go back quickly. Staying here for too long will not be good for you and me," Cypros said softly. Hyctes did not hesitate. He stood up, bowed respectfully to Cypros, and turned to leave the mansion. That night, not only the high-ranking officials of the kingdom frequently came and went in the city of Turin, but most of the ordinary people also gathered in restaurants and taverns to discuss the resolutions that were announced in the Senate today. After that night, when the news gradually spread throughout the kingdom, the same phenomenon also appeared in various cities and towns. The Minister of Inspection was worried about this and asked the Devers for advice. "Your Majesty, should we temporarily issue a curfew? To prevent accidents from happening?" After thinking about it, the Devers did not agree. He only said slowly, "No, we must believe in the citizens of the kingdom." Despite the Devers' statement, the Department of Inspection did not dare to take it lightly. They urgently informed the inspection offices in various cities and towns to send more people to patrol at night. However, after a few days, except for the increase of people drinking and causing trouble at night, the increase of labor fights at the port, and the protests of the local councillors in various cities and towns against the resolutions, the whole kingdom was relatively stable. As the king of Devers said, "We must believe in the citizens of Dionia." Whether it was out of patriotism, sense of responsibility, or fear of being sent to the border, or because the 6% tax was really not worth mentioning to them who were rich. Moreover, the Devers had the intelligence department make a plan in advance, step by step, so that the citizens would unknowingly reduce their aversion to the tax increase, and even feel lucky that the tax was not too high. In short, the citizens of the kingdom calmly accepted the new tax bill. The citizens did not protest, and the registered freedmen and prospective citizens did not dare to cause trouble at this time. Otherwise, once they had a criminal record, it would be very difficult to become an official citizen according to the new immigration bill. The people who were really dissatisfied were the freedmen who wanted to join the kingdom of Dionia but had not yet registered. But they were not enough to cause too much trouble to the kingdom, and the new immigration bill was not completely cut off. Their road to becoming a citizen of Dionia was just more difficult. Once they gradually recovered from disappointment, anger, drunkenness, and noise, and accepted reality, they had to make a choice. Should they join the newly formed border army and strive to become a citizen of Dionia as soon as possible? Or should they continue to live safely in the kingdom and obtain citizenship after a longer wait? Or because they were too old to meet the recruitment requirements, but they could still take the risk to settle in the south of Iberia? The quietness of the domestic situation also made Divers, who had always seemed calm and collected, secretly relieved, so that he could receive his good friend, the great scholar Plato from Athens, in a more relaxed mood. The Devers held a banquet in the palace to entertain Plato and his proud disciple Visippus. They also invited the foreign minister and historian Ansitanos, the dean of the Academy of Arts of Dionia, and also Plato's old acquaintance in Athens, Lysias, to accompany them. This time, not only did I feel very sorry that I didn't hear your special speech at the conference, but it also made the whole conference lose a lot of color. The Devers said to Plato with a regretful face. Chapter 1092. Plato smiled and said seriously, I've already talked about my views in the previous scholar conferences. If I don't have something new, how can I stand on the podium again? Besides, there are many young scholars who gave wonderful speeches at this scholar conference, especially your son Apox. He has made such an amazing discovery at such a young age. It's really enviable. Moreover, most of these young scholars came from your Dionia Academy. It can be seen that your Dionia's long-term, unremitting investment in education has finally begun to bear fruit. In contrast, other city-states, including our Athens, have fallen behind a lot. At this point, Plato's face showed some worry. Yesterday, Hypsippus's speech also won the praise of many scholars. Plato, you don't have to worry about not having a successor. Lysias comforted him. Hypsippus hurriedly got up to thank his elders. Plato was not modest. He pointed to his nephew and said, compared with the first scholar conference, the current Hypsippus has indeed made great progress. However, so far, he is the only young scholar in my academy, while many outstanding young scholars have emerged from your academy. This gap is very big. The Dionia Academy is a public institution of the kingdom. It is funded and supported by the treasury of Dionia. Every year, the most outstanding students who graduate from the schools of the kingdom's towns are selected and further trained. Naturally, the success rate is very high. On the other hand, the academy is personally funded by you. It is limited by funds, space, and the number of teachers. You can't recruit more students. Of course, this is incomparable. However, I heard that the reputation of Academy has already begun to spread throughout the eastern Mediterranean Sea. I believe that gradually, there will be more outstanding youths from various Greek city-states willing to study at your academy, and the situation will greatly improve. Lysias consoled. Plato sighed, as I wrote in the book, New Republic, if a country or a city-state wants to achieve sustained prosperity, the first thing to do is to focus on education. Education can not only give young citizens wisdom, but also cultivate them to have a sound mind and morality from an early age. Only when the quality of the citizens is improved and they know how to think, can the entire country develop healthily. Unfortunately, we Athenians do not think so. They are interested only in the immediate interest, and wish to distribute the wealth of the treasury equally. So a few years ago, at the assembly, they unanimously agreed to introduce an allowance for the assembly. Half a drachma is given to any Athenian who attends the assembly, and this allowance increases as the prices of goods rise, and even extends to participation in other assemblies. After tasting the benefits of sharing the wealth of the city-state, they officially passed the implementation of the theater subsidy system. The year before last, during the Athens celebrations, poor citizens would occasionally be given subsidies to buy theater tickets. This tradition first began in the time of Pericles. For this reason, they also specially set up a financial officer to manage the theater subsidy. Plato said worriedly, now that the citizens of Athens enjoy the benefits of sharing the wealth of the city-state, they hope that the city-state will distribute subsidies more frequently and in greater amounts, and the remaining taxes of Athens will become less and less, and the ability to cope with the economic situation will become less and less. But as the citizens of Athens become more and more comfortable, they become less and less willing to engage in arduous and dangerous military operations. Some time ago, Canon's son, Timotheus, proposed in the council that we should lead the navy around the Peloponnesus Peninsula, attack the Sparta navy, and completely establish the superiority of the navy of Athens. The council passed his proposal, but no funds were allocated for the expedition. The people were also not enthusiastic about joining the army. Timotheus had to raise money himself, hire soldiers, and pay them to form the fleet. after conquering Kekila Island, due to the lack of funds, the sailors refused to fight for him again, and the whole military operation was hastily ended halfway through. Timotheus was not the only military commander who encountered such a predicament, but also Iphicrates, Chabrias. These outstanding generals of Athens also suffered from the restrictions of military funds, resulting in a series of military operations in Athens in the past few years to little effect. This also caused the outstanding generals who were willing to serve Athens to often serve foreign monarchs, which also gave them enough money or the ability to borrow money to support the military operations they carried out for Athens. For example, Iphicrates often served the Thracians, and he also married the daughter of the Thracian king. Timotheus had a high reputation in Ionia, and he also married the daughter of the king of Asia Minor. Usually, they spent more time abroad than in Athens, because they had more freedom, could live a luxurious and flashy life, and would not be criticized by public opinion. In the long run, how much loyalty would they still have to Athens? This is simply a vicious cycle. But the citizens of Athens can't see these dangers. Most of them only care about the free theater, and the money they can get from sitting in various venues every day. This is the saddest thing. After listening to this, Devers did not want to express his opinion on the affairs of Athens, but after thinking about it, he still said seriously, "The government of Athens is not willing to spend money from the treasury to form an army to fight a war, which will lead to a worse result. The generals of Athens use their own funds to pay the mercenaries, and the mercenaries naturally listen to the orders of the generals, not the government of Athens. The government of Athens has completely lost control of the army, and it is difficult to order the army to carry out the strategy it has formulated. Even if the general in charge of the army has some kind of ambition for Athens and orders the army to attack Athens, do you think the mercenaries will listen to him?" Plato was stunned. He slowly put down the wine glass that was brought to his mouth, and after a while, he said hesitantly, "Although there are some conflicts between Timotheus and Iphicrates, the generals of Athens today are still full of love for Athens. But you are also right. Since the army is working for the city, of course, the city should also pay for the soldiers and ensure their lives. Both sides have an obligation to each other. But if one side gives up this obligation, of course, the other side has the right to not carry out this obligation. The day before yesterday, when I came to Thurii, I had already heard about Dionia raising taxes to form a border army. The people of Dionia are indeed very happy to have a strong and wise government." Plato took a sip of wine. He did not want to discuss this annoying issue anymore, so he continued, "The reason why I came to Thurii this time is that I spent some time traveling to other cities and towns in Dionia." The Devers said with a regretful expression, "You should have told me in advance and let me arrange it for you. That way, your travel will be more convenient and safer. I didn't tell you because I wanted to give myself more freedom to wander around and let my eyes see things more real." Plato pointed at his eyes and asked mischievously, "Dear King Devers, are you afraid that I will see something bad when you want to arrange it for me?" The Devers laughed heartily. "You should know me. I have nothing to worry about." "Indeed, I should congratulate you," Plato said with great interest. "I went to the south, the former military town of Carthage, Lily, and to the big city of Rome in the north. I also stayed in Bereventum, the former central town of the Simonians, for 2 days. The territory of Dionia is indeed vast. It took me a lot of time just to get there. However, I would like to correct what you have just said, Your Majesty. The journey has been very safe, whether by sea or by land. I have not encountered pirates or bandits, nor have I seen any war. Everywhere I have passed through has been peaceful and tranquil, even in the territory of the Simonians, whom the Greeks called fierce barbarians. You know, more than 10 years ago, Greece and Sicily were at war just like Greece itself. The war between the Greek colonial city-states, the war between the colonial city-states and the indigenous people, the war between the Greek city-states and the Carthage. Today, the war in Greece itself is still going on, but the western side of the Adriatic Sea is a completely different scene. This is the great change that the existence of the kingdom of Dionia has brought to the western Mediterranean. Plato took another sip of wine and continued to say loudly, I also have to mention another important change. Although the journey is long, the transportation is very convenient. The sea route is smooth. The port towns that I went to, no matter big or small, have relatively complete port facilities, and the management is also orderly. As for the land route, I have to mention the roads that you have spent a lot of money to build. They are flat, wide, and strong. Even in the mountains of Simonia and Lucania they still exist. You have also built roads in the territories of the Walsi and Campanians. Oh, you call it the road network. It is indeed a network. This network connects most of the races on the Italian peninsula, providing great convenience for their travel and trade, and also strengthening communication between the people of various races. When I walk on the road, there is always an endless stream of pedestrians on the road. Most of their faces are filled with an optimistic spirit. I see a desire on their faces. This desire makes them appear to be in a hurry, whether it is driving a cart or carrying a parcel. But this hurry is not because of poverty, but for a better life, and this desire is given by the kingdom of Dionia. Chapter 1093. Well said. Ancitalo's loud praise did not interrupt Plato's desire to continue speaking. Dear King of Devers, you once criticized my views in the Republic, saying that I only care about the citizens of the city and despise the slaves and foreigners. This time, whether it is in the south or north of Dionia, what I have seen and heard has shocked me greatly. The people of Rome, the Phoenicians, the Simonians, and even the Volsci who are not citizens of Dionia are trying their best to speak Greek, Dionia, although most of them speak it very awkwardly. I have also met several foreign children asking me questions many times. All these have made me realize that even the completely ignorant and backward indigenous people can be educated to have the same wisdom and love Greek culture as us, and those who are illiterate and unwilling to change are the ones who should be despised by us. Plato took another sip of wine and raised his voice again. When I first met you, I once praised you as the real king of philosophy, but now I find that this statement is not entirely correct. This time, I stayed in Rome, Benetum, and Lille for a period of time, carefully observing the governance of the towns under the jurisdiction of the Dionia officials. Although these towns have different situations and environments, there is one thing in common. The Dionia officials there are very serious and responsible in performing their duties, governing the towns under their jurisdiction in accordance with the laws of Dionia, and according to the situation I observed, the governance is good, and the administrative efficiency is very high. I once said, when people are sick, they need to find a professional doctor. When merchants want to ship goods, they all know to look for an experienced captain. It's such a difficult task to govern a city well, yet we let the inexperienced and selfish citizens of the city participate in it. How can a city develop well? But it is exactly what many Greek city-states do. And as far as I know, the senior officials of each town in Dionia are promoted step by step through experience. They have enough experience and wisdom to deal with and solve the various problems encountered by the town. This is what you once told me about selecting the best and appointing the best. So, the original sentence I said should be changed. Not only King of Devers, you are a true philosopher, many of your officials are also philosophers. It is under your governance that Dionia has become strong today. Dear scholar Plato. The Devers, who was in a high position, had heard too many compliments over the years and was used to it, but to be praised by a great man who was known as the father of Western philosophy in his previous life, he still felt a little proud. With a pleasant smile on his face, he tried to be humble and said, "Did you come today to praise Dionia? Since Dionia has done well, why not praise it?" Plato raised his glass and said, "Let us praise Dionia together." The Devers smiled and also raised their glasses. After finishing the glass with the others, Plato shook his head, as if to shake off the slight drunkenness that had surged up. He pinched his face hard and then said, "Dear King of Devers, do you still remember Esocrates?" "Of course I remember," the Devers said with a puzzled expression. "He was a famous orator and rhetorician in Athens. We invited him to speak at the first and second Greek Scholar Conference, but when we invited him again, he refused to come again. I used to think that it was because we did not take good care of him during the previous reception, so he was dissatisfied. Your Majesty, although Esocrates is a strict person and does not like to talk much, he is not a person who likes to fuss about this aspect." Lysias, who had lived in Athens for many years and had close contact with Esocrates, explained, "According to what I know, he has also built a school in Athens and has been busy teaching students for the past few years, so he may not have the time to come to Thurii to attend the conference." "Oh, I see, he has also built a school." The Devers looked at Plato with interest and asked, "Doesn't that mean that there is competition with your school?" Plato said frankly, "My school and Esocrates' school have different objectives. His school focuses more on teaching students how to use words and sentences, how to speak, and how to better conduct public and political life. It is more practical. On the other hand, my academy focuses more on studying the political system of the city-state and how to build a more perfect country. But it is true that there is a certain competition between our two schools. Just last year, I had a debate with him." The Devers looked surprised, but in fact, not only did he know about the debate, but he also had a rough record of the debate in his mansion. "This debate is also related to Dionia," Plato said seriously. "I believe that one of the main reasons why Esocrates did not accept your invitation to attend the Scholar Assembly in recent years is that he believes that the existence of the kingdom of Dionia is a great threat to the Greek mainland," Plato said seriously. "How is that possible? Lysias was a little surprised, but before he could finish, Ansitanos continued, "I can also prove this. In the 14th year of the kingdom of Dionia, 380 BC, when our war with Carthage had just begun, at the 99th Olympia, Esocrates gave a speech called the Speech of All Greece. The main content was to call on all Greek city-states to stop the war and unite against the foreign threat, to restore the glory won by the Greek ancestors in the Greco-Persian War, to complete their unfinished business, and to liberate the Greek compatriots in Asia Minor who were enslaved under the rule of Persia. Any Greek who made peace with Persia or was even tempted by Persia to start a civil war should be cursed." But at the end of this speech, he also mentioned, "Well, this is what the original text said, today we gather at the Olympia to thank Zeus for his blessing on the Greeks, but we should be able to feel that compared to a few decades ago, this event has become a lot more deserted, not only because of the war, but also because there are fewer city-states participating. Tarentum, Crotone, Locri, Thurii, Syracuse, Agrigento, these colonial city-states of the western Mediterranean, the vanity and superficiality of their people in the past events have indeed made us despise them, but without them at the event we will feel lonely. They used to be a member of our Greek family, but now they have all become subordinate towns of the kingdom of Dionia. Is Dionia a country of the Greeks? They have never shown up at the Olympia, Pythia, Nemea, or the Isthmian Games, and Delphi has never set up a sacred treasury for them. This shows the attitude of the priests, who represent the will of the gods, towards this western Mediterranean kingdom, not only because there are too many barbarian citizens in its country, but also because it distorts our understanding of the gods. Dionia believes that Hades is the lord of the gods, not Zeus, and he also allows his citizens to believe in the gods of the foreign races. Can't Dionia, which has such terrible behavior, be called a Greek country? Of course, the citizens of Dionia, who have been influenced by this misconception, can't become Greeks of the same faith as us. But why don't we protest against their wrong practices, or even send troops to intervene? Because Dionia is very powerful. It has gathered its strength through the annexation of many Greek colonial city-states. It can even force Naples, which is still a strong independent city-state, not to participate in this year's event, just because it is afraid that Dionia will be dissatisfied with it. While we are killing each other for our own interests under the instigation of the Persia, Dionia has swallowed our children and colonial cities in the western Mediterranean kingdom and expanded into a huge kingdom. Although it has not shown any malice towards us so far, it is so different from us and so close to us. Once there is a conflict, the consequences will be severe. O wise Greeks! To our east is our enemy, the Persia, who has never given up on enslaving us. To our west is our neighbor, a powerful kingdom that we can't fathom. Our situation is so dangerous, shouldn't we abandon our prejudices and, like how we faced the invading army of Persia decades ago, unite again, defend our homeland, and regain the glory of our ancestors? Why didn't I know there was such a speech? Lysias was very surprised after listening to it. At that time, the Thebes and Athens were already at war with Sparta. Neither side dared to offend Persia and us, lest it lead to a change in the war situation. Therefore, they deliberately banned the spread of this speech. This speech was obtained by the officials of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs when they were on a diplomatic mission to the Greek mainland. They spent a lot of effort to obtain this manuscript. Ansitanos explained, from this speech, it can be seen that Esocrates regards Dionia as a potential threat to the Greek mainland. Ever since your victory over Carthage, Esocrates has regarded Dionia as a real threat to the Greek mainland and Athens since last year. Not only does he often preach this view to his students, but he has also given several speeches at the General Assembly to remind the people. Ever since I participated in the General Assembly of Greek scholars for the first time, I have written many articles on the political system of the Kingdom of Dionia, suggesting that the Greek city-states led by Athens can learn from them. Every time, many citizens of Athens, even the citizens of Thebes, Corinth, and other city-states would scramble to copy and circulate the articles. Plato said with a serious expression, "So, Esocrates regards me as a supporter of the Kingdom of Dionia and must refute me in front of the public in order to unify the citizens of Athens." Chapter 1094. So who won the debate in the end? Lucius asked curiously. Plato said calmly, "You're more familiar with Esocrates, so you should know that Esocrates has a hoarse voice and is better at writing than speaking. That's why he sent his student to debate. Of course, I also sent Spicippus to take up the challenge. Judging from the result of the debate, we should have won, but judging from the subsequent developments, it didn't eliminate the doubts that the people of Athens have about Dionia. Instead, it increased their fear of Dionia. Esocrates has achieved his goal. In the past 2 years, Athens has been a little alienated from Dionia. What's the reason? Is it just because Dionia is stronger? Ansitanos asked. There are several reasons, Plato said thoughtfully. Although Dionia hasn't set foot in Greece in the past few years, it has long signed a friendly agreement with Sparta. However, it refused to form an alliance with Athens and the Thebes during the 2 wars, the Corinth War and the Thebes War. This made the people of Athens a little wary. More importantly, Athens' maritime trade has been facing competition from Dionia. Although some goods of the same type are almost the same in quality, Dionia provided more goods at a lower price. This caused Athens to lose some of its traditional city-state markets, such as Cyrenaica and Crete. This also made many merchants in Athens and expatriates in Athens vigilant. Under their instigation and support, the General Assembly of Athens passed a resolution 2 years ago. The city-states that joined the maritime alliance led by Athens must not allow goods from Dionia to enter the city-state market for sale. I know about this. Our Minister of Commerce, Marigi, even angrily suggested to His Majesty to send an envoy to Athens to protest and take the same measures, but His Majesty didn't agree. Ansitanos said emotionally. There's another reason. Plato looked at the Devers who were listening. When Pericles summoned the Greek city-states to build the city of Thurii, He originally hoped that this substate of Athens could become a pivotal power in the western Mediterranean Greece, thereby expanding the influence of Athens. Later, because of the War of Peloponnesus, which led to the fall of Athens, this goal could not be achieved. Now that Thurii has become the center of the kingdom of Dionia and the western Mediterranean Sea, I'm afraid that some of the Athens elites who want to restore the glory of Pericles will bear grudges against them. I don't care if Athens is wary of Dionia or not. At this moment, Devers spoke. With a scrutinizing gaze, he observed Plato's reaction. I just want to know, Plato, do you think Dionia is a threat to Athens? Dear King of Devers, Plato said frankly, after the debate with Esocrates, I have a little doubt, so this time I seriously traveled around the kingdom of Dionia. What I saw and heard confirmed in my heart that the kingdom of Dionia is not a threat to Athens, but the hope of Athens and even all the Greek city-states. Plato's answer was somewhat unexpected to the Devers, who blurted out in surprise, Why? Plato replied with a serious expression, The Greek territory is narrow, with many mountains and little land. The land is barren, and survival is difficult. The city-states on that land have been at war for decades for their own interests. The people are in exile, and the land is barren. In the long run, the city-states will eventually die out. Now it seems that in order to completely end this terrible situation, a very powerful force must intervene to force the city-states such as Athens, Sparta, Thebes, and Corinth to know their place and not dare to fight again. Only then will peace come. Persia can't do it, it wants Greece to perish. Only Dionia will treat the city-states of Greece equally, just like the Simonians and Rome. It is even possible to build flat roads between the mountains of Greece, so that trade between the city-states can be carried out more freely and conveniently on land and sea, so that the people of the city-states can enjoy peace and happiness under the order set by Dionia. Plato's increasingly excited voice echoed in the palace. Ansitanos and Lysias looked at each other. They did not expect Plato to have such great expectations for Dionia. It made them excited, but they did not know how to respond, so they looked at the Devers together. The Devers tapped their fingers on the table while listening carefully. There was no obvious emotional fluctuation on their faces. When Plato finished speaking, he smiled faintly and said seriously, For the time being, Dionia has no plans to interfere in the political situation of Greece. I understand, Plato said knowingly. I only hope to see the Greek mainland have a long period of peace in my lifetime. After that, everyone at the banquet tacitly stopped talking about this matter and talked about other topics. When the banquet was over, the Devers personally sent Plato out of the palace. Plato said softly in a slightly tipsy voice, Dear King Devers, I remember that you were hired by Prince Cyrus the Little of Persia to go on an expedition to Persia. In order to fight for the throne, the Persia royal family killed each other, causing political turmoil. It must have left a deep impression on you. Well, when I returned to Thurii, I heard many words of praise for Prince Apox, and Alcibiades had sincerely invited me to a banquet several times, but I refused. Oh! The Devers responded calmly and did not say anything else. After sending Plato and his disciple away, he returned to the palace and called Aristides. Tomorrow, go to the Ministry of Military Affairs and inform Alexis to suspend the warship orders given to Alcibiades shipyard. Yes. Aristides immediately responded and did not ask further. The Devers continued, If Alcibiades wants to ask the Ministry of Military Affairs for the reason, let Alexis answer. Just say that I said, Since he doesn't want to concentrate on his business, then don't do it. A few days later, the Devers returned to the mansion and was sitting in the study, thinking about the political affairs during the day. There was a knock on the door. It's Apox. Come in. The Devers smiled kindly. Apox calmly sat down opposite the Devers. The Devers looked at his second son up close. Apox was only 17 years old. He was tall and slender, and he had inherited more of Agnes' looks. He was very handsome, but his eyebrows were brimming with confidence and vitality. "Father, Uncle found me today. He told me," Apoc said straightforwardly. The Devers blinked and asked calmly, "Oh, what did he say?" Apox did not respond directly. Instead, he said in a clear voice, "Father, I remember you once told me that a great scholar is more likely to be remembered by future generations than a king." "Yes," I said that. "Everyone knows that Thales of Miletus was a sage, but no one remembers who the consul of Miletus was at that time." "Father," Apoc said sincerely, "I'm not interested in the throne of Dionia. I'm only interested in learning and researching. I only hope that I can have more creative ideas in the future to benefit the people and be admired by future generations. For this, I can swear to Hades," Apoc said excitedly as he raised his hands. The Devers pressed his shoulders firmly and looked at him lovingly. He said softly, "Good boy, I've watched you grow up. Of course, I know what you want. This is a small punishment for Alcibiades. I'm just angry that he interfered with your studies and destroyed the deep relationship between you and your brother. Don't worry, I not only respect your choice, but I also fully support you. I hope that you can become a greater scholar than Thales in the future and illuminate the history of the development of human culture." "Thank you, Father. I will definitely work hard." Apox was excited by the Devers' words. He calmed down with difficulty and hesitated for a while before saying, "Father, I have another request." "Tell me, what is it?" The Devers smiled. Apox scratched his head and his expression became shy. I want to marry Nelia." "Who's Nelia?" The Devers pretended to be surprised. "The daughter of the former 4th Fleet Navy Commander Miltias, and Eunice's classmate." Apox gathered his courage and said everything in one breath. "Have you discussed it with your mother?" "Father, Uncle has been going to my mother's place to matchmake me, so I hope to ask for your permission first. Will Nelia agree to your proposal?" "She will definitely agree." "All right, I agree. We'll hold the wedding when you're of age." The Devers looked serious and agreed straightforwardly. "Thank you." Apox gave the Devers a strong hug excitedly. The Devers smiled and patted his son's tender shoulders, but he sighed in his heart. "My children are all grown up and are about to get married and have children, but I'm starting to get old." The captain walked into the cabin and said to Hacker, who was resting, "My lord, we're almost at the mouth of the Crati River." "Got it." Hacker slowly sat up and put on a thick leather robe. He stood up and said to Hasdrubal, who was still drinking with his head lowered, "Brother, shall we take a look outside?" "I'm not going," Hasdrubal replied stiffly. Hacker knew his temper, and did not try to persuade him further. He slowly walked out of the cabin with the help of his servant. Chapter 1095. Standing at the side of the ship, Hacker could see the long white breakwater at the mouth of the Crati River from afar. Countless ships were passing through it, making it look like a busy beehive. When the ship got closer, he realized that there were many water gates on the breakwater. All cargo ships have to pass through the water gate on this side and obtain a wooden sign indicating that they are docking at the dock before they can enter. The water gate on the other side of the breakwater is responsible for inspecting cargo ships leaving the dock. If they don't have the wooden sign, they will be fined. However, large ships like ours don't need to pass through the water gate on the breakwater. Instead, we walk through the wide waterway in the middle and accept the inspection of the patrol ships, the captain explained to Hacker in detail. "Why do we have to make the inspection process so complicated? It's too much of a delay for the trading ships to enter the port to deliver the goods." One of Hacker's subordinates pointed at the long line of cargo ships outside the water gate and raised his objection. Letting them delay outside the water gate is better than letting them swarm in and cause congestion at the mouth of the Crati River, wasting even more time. There are many ships outside the water gate, right? In fact, there are even more ships in the estuary. Without effective management, it will be a disaster, the owner of the ship said with a serious expression. "You're right." Hacker nodded in agreement. The owner of the ship directed the large passenger ship to bypass the long line of ships in front of the breakwater and enter the middle waterway. In the middle of the waterway there was a large wooden platform. A wooden house was built on it, and the flag of the Kingdom of Dionia fluttered high in front of the wooden house. The passenger ship stopped in front of the platform, and an official came out of the wooden house. He asked the owner a few questions and looked at the documents the owner had handed over. Then, he was surprised and immediately jumped onto the passenger ship. He strode in front of Hacker and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Master Hacker." Hacker nodded politely in return. "We received news that the passenger ship you're on might not arrive until tomorrow or the day after. Therefore, His Majesty and the Senate might not be prepared today. I have to send a fast ship to the inner city port to inform them. Therefore, I have to ask you to wait here a little longer. I hope you can forgive me," the official said apologetically. "That's not a problem," Hacker agreed. "We didn't want to come at first, but we only agreed after your king sent several letters inviting us. Now that we've come all the way from Iberia, you don't want to let us in. Is this how you treat your guests? Since you don't want us in, then we won't go in. Let's go back. Back to Iberia." Hasdrubal was swaying at the entrance of the ship. "He of the ship of Iberia of the ship of the ship. Hasdrubal of the captain of the port of the ship. Don't worry about him. He's drunk too much. Let's just follow the procedure and do what we have to do." Hacker comforted him as he gave his subordinates a look. Very quickly, his and a few strong soldiers of the captain helped, and forced of Hasdrubal into. The passenger ship docked behind the wooden platform. The captain of the port stayed by Hacker's side, chatting with him to pass the time. Hacker stood at the bow of the ship, watching the ships pass by from the front, back, left, and right without stopping. He suddenly realized that the position of the estuary ship control center was very ingenious. The front was the estuary, the left and right were the breakwaters and water gates, the north bank was the entrance to the main port of Turin, and the back of the ship led to the city of Turin. All the ships converged here, so the estuary ship control center had 10 fast ships with eye-catching signs on their sails. They were in charge of directing and clearing the river. Even though the frequency of the ships and the clamor of the river made Hacker feel uncomfortable, he didn't hide in the cabin again. Instead, he asked with interest, "How many ships enter the estuary of Crotty every day?" "On average, about 5,000 ships." The captain thought for a moment and said, "At most, it can reach 10,000 ships, but that's usually during the Hades celebration." Even though Hacker had expected this, he was still shocked by the number. That many ships? Of course, this is only the number of ships entering the estuary of Crotty. It doesn't include the ships from other ports along the Sabari coast. For example, there's a large fishing port not far north of the estuary. Every day, thousands of fishing ships enter and leave the port, providing fresh seafood for the people of Turin. Next to the fishing port, there's another port that's used to transport livestock. To the south of the estuary, the former naval base of the first flotilla has been transformed into a port for the people. Many of the residences in the naval base have been transformed into hotels, and the place is overcrowded. Every day, more than 1,000 passenger ships enter and leave the port. The ships that enter and leave the estuary of Crotty mainly provide daily necessities for the people, such as wine, olive oil, cloth, wheat. The captain explained in detail. When he saw that Hacker still looked doubtful, he explained, "My lord, the reason why the Turin ports are so busy is because if they don't do this, Turin would not be able to survive." Why? Although Hacker had his own guesses, he still wanted to get to the bottom of it. Because Turin has too many people. According to the statistics from the Census Department at the end of last year, Turin and its surrounding areas alone have a population of about 300,000, and the entire Turin region has a population of more than 400,000. There's no other city in the Mediterranean Sea that's as big as Turin." The captain's face was filled with pride as he continued to say, "But with such a large population, we need to consume a lot of resources every day, such as food, olive oil, wine, meat, fish, and so on. The goods transported by the ships are recorded in tons. It's far from enough to rely on the food, olive oil, and other resources produced by the Sabari Plain and its surrounding areas. We need the entire kingdom, or even the entire Western Mediterranean, to supply it. Furthermore, there are many wealthy citizens in Turin. Not only do they need to eat and dress well, but they also have a higher demand for life. For this reason, many precious goods are transported here from other parts of the Mediterranean Sea, such as spices from Persia, luxurious cloth, and exquisite gold and silver jewelry, perfumes and cosmetics from Egypt, ivory from Africa, and marble from Greece. That's why there are so many merchant ships coming to Turin every day, causing our original main port to be unable to accommodate them. We can only build docks on both sides of the river to meet the demand." As he listened to the captain's explanation, he looked to the left at the corner of the main port on the north bank of the Crati River. There were masts and oars there, and not a trace of the color of the sea could be seen. Hacker could not help but recall the scene of Carthage's port in the past. In his impression, even when Carthage's sea trade was at its most prosperous, it was far from the scale of Turin's port today. This was not only the result of meeting the needs of a huge city with a population of more than 400,000, but it was also a display of the comprehensive strength of a powerful kingdom. This made Hacker even more certain that the decision he had made back then was correct. As the two of them spoke, the noise around them suddenly became louder. The river captain glanced behind him and immediately revealed a look of joy. He said, "Lord Hacker, the ship that will welcome you is here." Hacker turned his head and saw a large ship sailing towards him from upstream. Its hull seemed to be made up of 2 warships, and there was a wooden building in the middle of it, Double-Headed Dragon. The name immediately flashed across Hacker's mind, but it was obvious that this ship was different from the flagship of the Carthaginian navy. It had a black hull and a red wooden building. The 2 bows of the ship did not have horns, but 2 wooden statues that looked like dog heads. Around the wooden building, there were palace guards dressed in velvet and purple robes standing on the railings. The flag of King Diolia was fluttering on the towering mast. After the war in the Western Mediterranean, the Ministry of Military Affairs considered building a special ship for the King of Devers, so that he could use it when he went out on patrol or when he led an army. Otherwise, it would be too simple and crude, and not befitting of his noble status as a king. After the shipsmiths received the task, after much discussion, they finally decided to use Carthage's double-headed dragon warship as the blueprint to build the king's ship. Considering that this ship would often enter and leave the Crati River, they even reduced the size of the entire warship. In the end, this was the image that appeared in Hacker's vision. Although there were not many opportunities for it to sail after it was built, and most of the time it was docked at the pier in the inner city, it was already a household name among the tourists. Therefore, the ships in the river would try to dock on both sides as much as possible, and the entire central waterway quickly became wide and unobstructed. The ship quickly stopped next to the passenger ship that Hacker was on, and then a wooden ladder was set up. A middle-aged man wearing a white Bolton robe embroidered with black patterns walked up the passenger ship. He was tall and thin, and had a refined temperament. At this moment, the river captain immediately went forward and bowed respectfully. He said, "Greetings, Lord Henneborus." The middle-aged man smiled and returned the greeting. "Thank you for your hard work." He was Henneborus. Of course, Hacker had heard of this senator of Dionia who followed the king of Devers all year round. Just as he was sizing up the king's confidant, Henneborus came up to him with a smile. "Lord Hacker, welcome back to Turin. I am Henneborus, the clerk of the king of Devers, and I am here to welcome you on behalf of His Majesty, the King and the Senate. I have read Lord Henneborus' War of Southern Italy many times, and it is very interesting. I have long wanted to meet you and have a good chat. Now that I have seen you today, it is indeed as I imagined." Hacker intentionally paused, and then said in a more serious tone, gentle and refined as expected of a historian. Chapter 1096. Henoboris smiled even more brilliantly. "It is my honor to receive Lord Hacker's praise. If there is a chance in the future, I must chat with you more. His Majesty and the elders are still waiting at the pier. Lord Hacker, please board the ship with me and hurry to the inner city." "All right," Hacker replied straightforwardly. Henoboris glanced behind him and asked, "Where is Lord Hasdrubal?" Hacker replied calmly, "He drank too much on the way here and is now sleeping soundly in the cabin. I think it will be difficult for him to wake up once we reach the inner city." "Oh." Henoboris nodded and was about to speak. At that moment, the river official came over and whispered a few words in his ear. Hacker immediately showed an understanding expression and said, "Then let Lord Hasdrubal rest well. I shall not disturb him." Henoboris led Hacker up the ship and up the wooden building. Hacker looked into the distance and immediately felt that his vision had broadened. He could look past the pier on the shore and see the layers of houses and the bustling crowd behind him. Just as the surrounding ships intentionally or unintentionally drew closer, curious to see what kind of noble person the king's flagship would welcome, the twin-headed dragon ship had already turned around. Two fast ships in front opened up a path, and under the full power of a few hundred sailors, the ship began to move upstream. The passenger ship that Hacker was originally on also followed closely behind. Thurii was different from Rome. Rome was tens of miles away from the mouth of the river, and the river was winding. Ships going upstream from the mouth of the river had to rely on towing to reach the river port outside the city. On the other hand, Thurii was only 5 or 6 miles away from the mouth of the river, and the main body of the city was located downstream from the confluence of the Croti and Cosini rivers. The river was wide and the water was gentle. Under normal circumstances, ships did not need to rely on towing to go upstream and reach Thurii. Hacker stood on the wooden deck of the ship and had a clearer view of the situation on both sides of the river. Indeed, just as the river official had said, the tourists had transformed both sides of the river into docks. Not only were all the riverbanks covered with solid stone slabs, but there was also a 5-meter-high trapezoidal stone platform on the riverbank every 10 meters or so. There was a stone ring at each end of each stone platform, and a wooden machine was placed on each stone platform. It extended a long wooden arm towards the river. There were pulleys, ropes, and an iron hook hanging down from the wooden arm. The end of the wooden arm was clamped by 2 huge wooden wheels, and the other end of the rope was tightly tied to the ground, making it look like a huge snail. Hacker knew that this was the crane invented by the people of Dionia. It had long been famous in the western Mediterranean, just that it hadn't spread to the port towns of southern Iberia. Hacker carefully observed the entire unloading process of the cargo ship. The cargo ship would slowly stop by the riverside in front of the stone platform. Then, laborers from the shore would go over and tie the mooring ropes on both ends of the ship to the holes on the 2 ends of the stone platform. This way, the cargo ship would stay close to the dock. The personnel operating the crane would lower the wooden arm, loosen the ropes, and hang the hook down. The crew members would hang baskets of goods on the iron hook, and then, the slaves in the wooden wheels of the crane would step on the wooden wheels with great effort. The wooden wheels would rotate quickly, tightening the ropes, and the iron hook would pull the goods up high, separating them from the cargo ship. At this time, the personnel on both sides of the crane would pull the ropes, control the wooden arms, and slowly park the goods on the flat ground in front of the stone platform. The entire process was fast, labor-saving, and highly efficient. It didn't take long for half of the cargo to be unloaded. Regardless of whether it was the crew or the laborers on the shore, they all seemed to be very relaxed. Hacker also noticed that there were semi-open warehouses not far behind these stone platforms. The goods that were unloaded from the ship would be transported to these warehouses by the laborers. Behind these simple warehouses, there were rows of huge, rectangular, enclosed warehouses. Each of them had a roof that was about 6 meters high, and an arched door that was 4 meters high. The area of each warehouse was not smaller than 2 arenas. Moreover, through the small window at the top, one could see that the walls of the warehouses were quite thick. Only such a high-quality warehouse could allow the owner of the goods to be at ease with the safety of the good. At the same time, more goods could be stored, and the goods could be transported out more easily. Haka, who had led the administration of the southern region of Iberia for many years, was very clear about the process of the cargo ship entering the port. After the laborers at the dock unloaded the goods and parked them in the temporary warehouse, the owner of the ship would immediately go to the port to rent a warehouse for storage, and then pay the laborers to transfer the goods to the warehouse for storage. Then, he would go to the market in the city to contact a buyer. This process would usually take 2 or 3 days. Of course, if the buyer was contacted beforehand, then the situation would be much better. However, in a situation like Turii, where the unloading dock, temporary warehouses, and warehouses were all close together, it was undoubtedly much more convenient. From this, Haka deduced that with the way the Turii people did things, the famous Turii market in the entire western Mediterranean might not be far from here, and this was indeed the case. He could not help but let out a sigh, which attracted the curiosity of Henoboris. "Master Haka, what are your thoughts about coming to Turii?" Haka pointed to the dock by the shore and sighed sincerely. "Look at the stone docks where the cranes are placed, the temporary warehouses, and the cargo warehouses. They are neatly lined up side by side on both sides of the Crati River like an army, extending all the way forward, the end almost impossible to see. How spectacular! I believe that any outsider who sees such a scene would be in awe of the power of the kingdom of Dionia, and would not dare to have any thoughts of going against it." Henoboris looked at him, and then turned to look at the shore. "Let me tell you an interesting fact. There was a famous scholar in the kingdom, Lysias. One time, he was preparing to write an article describing the docks by the Crati River. He decided to first investigate the docks by the river, and returned not long after. His friend asked him, "Why so fast?" He said, "When I reached the river, I found that the docks were full of people, and it was extremely noisy and ear-piercing. The cranes were creaking, oxen and donkeys were neighing incessantly, and the irascible workers were shouting loudly. The air was terrible, mixed with the smell of wine, olive oil, and the sweat of people. I stood there for a while, and felt my head was swollen. With the help of my servants, I had to push aside the people who were blocking the way, and with great difficulty, I managed to walk out. And in the process, I stepped on donkey dung twice." Haka could not help but laugh when he heard this. Henoboris sighed, and gazed into the distance in a daze, murmuring, "I still miss the Turii of 10 years ago, especially this Crati River. It was clear and serene, inviting wild and fanciful thoughts. Sigh, but now, not only is the river crowded and noisy, the water has also become muddy, and there are many boats sailing at night." Haka sighed, "but no city or country doesn't want their city to be like this, because it means prosperity and power." Henoboris patted the railing with both hands and smiled again. "That's why I'm just a clerk and you're the governor. But I suggest that after you settle down in Turii, it's best to buy a piece of land in the northern mountains, build a villa, and stay there a few times a month. The air there is fresh and quiet, and it's good for your health." As the two chatted, a huge building in the distance entered Haka's eyes. A stone bridge that was 100 meters long lay across the wide Crati River, like a giant beast overlooking the passing boat. This should be the Great Stone Bridge of Turii, and it was said to be the first stone bridge built in the western Mediterranean. It was truly spectacular. Haka looked ahead and heard Henoboris say, "We're about to enter the inner city's docks." Following the direction in which Henopolis was pointing, Haka saw the city wall that lay between the layers of buildings. There used to be an iron chain blocking the river here. Henoboris pointed at the tower by the riverbank in front, but his eyes looked at Hacker beside him. He said in a seemingly casual manner, "It was abandoned more than 10 years ago, but when the war with Carthage broke out, it was urgently used again. But now it's completely abandoned, because there are no longer enemies that threaten the kingdom from the sea." Haka nodded calmly. In recent years, there were even elders who suggested to tear down the entire inner city wall. Fortunately, most of the elders objected, and it wasn't passed. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to stay in this city of Turii. Haka observed for a while, and understood why Henoboris said this. He could already see that the streets within the city wall were not as dense as those outside, and the houses were neat and spacious. There were fewer pedestrians, but it seemed leisurely, as if the city was another world. But there was only one place that was more lively, and that was the inner city's dock that the ship was heading toward. Compared to the long river docks that he had seen before, the inner city's dock seemed too small. There were only 6 trestles, but each berth was extremely spacious, and there was more than enough space for a large ship that was dozens of meters long. Furthermore, the trestles were paved with stone slabs, and could accommodate 2 carriages passing side by side. There were also several stone platforms and cranes. There was a rather large waiting area behind the dock, and it was specially set up with long, colorful cloth canopies. This was both for shade and for aesthetic purposes. There were rows of comfortable seats under the canopies, and they were all filled. Haka's gaze quickly searched the crowd by the shore. When he saw a man who was dressed the same as the others, and only had a small dazzling golden crown on his head, Haka was excited, but he also suddenly felt a little nervous. When the Devers in the waiting area saw the ship enter the dock, they immediately stood up and led the elders to the trestles. After the wooden ladder to disembark was set up, Haka refused the help of the servants and slowly walked down the ship. He came before the Devers, bowed deeply, and said, "Your Majesty, the former governor of the southern region of Iberia, as well as your loyal student, Haka, has arrived." Chapter 1097. Originally, according to the etiquette of the Kingdom of Dionia, the Devers were going to wait for Hacker to finish saluting before saying some words of comfort. However, he didn't expect Hacker's first words to make him freeze, and he casually said, "My student." Hacker looked at the Devers with admiration and said sincerely, "Yes, Your Majesty. The Kingdom of Dionia that you've created and the system of government that you've taken the lead in formulating have fascinated me. I've been studying it all this time, and I've even used some of my insights to govern the southern part of Iberia from time to time. However, there are still many inadequacies, so I've come to Turin this time to learn from you." Henoboris, who had followed closely behind, heard this and couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Hacker, you don't seem to like talking much, but when you start talking, you're actually so good at flattering." The Devers smiled happily and stepped forward to hold Hacker's hands, saying, "You've managed the southern part of Iberia very well, especially the strategies that you've implemented for the various Iberian tribes in your territory. You're very unique, and it's worth us learning from you. So, as a teacher, I don't dare to be called that. You're very talented in handling government affairs, and you can completely take charge. It's just that the affairs of the kingdom are complicated now, and there are many problems that need to be solved urgently. I'm also having a headache, so everyone and I are looking forward to seeing you. I believe that with your participation and brainstorming with us, we'll be able to come up with more creative resolutions and bring the governance of the kingdom to a higher level." Hacker immediately replied, "I'm very willing to come to Turin and do my part for the kingdom." "Good, good." The Devers smiled and patted his hands, looking at him with concern. "However, before I give you more burdens, I have to nurse your body back to health first. Otherwise, if you fall ill, Dido will come looking for me." In the eyes of the Devers, Hacker's body was extremely thin, and his face was dark and gloomy. He looked completely sickly, and he wasn't even 30 years old yet. This made the Devers feel fearful. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for taking care of Dido these past few years." Hacker expressed his gratitude again. "Hey, I haven't thanked your family for raising such a good daughter-in-law for me. Not only is Dido beautiful and virtuous, but she is also smart and capable. She has also given birth to a lovely grandson for our family. The whole family likes her very much." The people around them smiled kindly. When they saw the two of them chatting, they suddenly realized that although it was the first time Hacker had come to Turii, he was a relative of the King of Devers. Seeing that he was getting along so well with His Majesty, they might have to change their attitude when interacting with him in the future. "Herpes!" Devers suddenly shouted behind him. Medical Minister Helps responded immediately. "I'll leave Haka's treatment and recuperation to you. You have to visit him personally to ensure his health." "Yes, Your Majesty." Hacker was a little frightened and immediately said, "Your Majesty, this Helps is an important minister of the kingdom and a famous doctor respected by the people. How can I trouble him with a small illness like mine? And waste his precious time? I'm a doctor. How can treating a patient be considered a waste of time?" Helps walked forward and carefully looked at Hacker. He worriedly suggested to Devers, "Your Majesty, Master Hacker doesn't look too good. He might be too tired from the long journey. I suggest that he return to his residence to rest as soon as possible so that he can recover his energy." Devers already had this thought, and after Help's reminder, they agreed with him even more. They immediately said cautiously, "You're right. How about this, Hacker? Go back to your new residence and rest. At the same time, let Helps treat you. After you've recovered, you can slowly familiarize yourself with the senators during the Senate meeting." "Your Majesty, I'm still in good health. There's nothing wrong with me. I want to take this opportunity to get to know my colleagues." Hacker didn't want to leave in a hurry without greeting and thanking the senators who had come to greet him, so he quickly expressed his stance. "Master Hacker, don't force yourself. Your health is very important to the kingdom," Senate Chairman Lucius hurriedly advised. "Your Majesty has always been very concerned about the health of the senators. Everyone will understand. Don't worry, we'll have plenty of opportunities in the future to slowly get to know each other." But Hacker still wanted to object. Devers straightforwardly said to Henoporus, "Let's do it this way. Send Master Hacker to his residence first." "Oh right, where's Hasdrubal?" He drank too much and is sleeping on the ship. I didn't want to disturb your Majesty, so I didn't wake him up." Hacker braced himself and said. Devers obviously saw something fishy going on, but he didn't expose it. Instead, he said with some concern, "Since that's the case, don't wake him up. When you've all rested and recovered your energy, I'll set up a banquet in the palace to welcome you. I heard that Hasdrubal loves to drink. I have the best wine and beer in the Western Mediterranean, and there are many military senators who are good drinkers attending. I'll definitely let him drink to his heart's content." In order to welcome Hacker's arrival, the Devers and the Senate put in a lot of effort, such as preparing a residence for him. Logically speaking, there was no space in the inner city to build a residence for a senator, and some of the senators who joined the kingdom later lived near the outer city. This time, the Senate specially put up a notice on the bulletin board in front of the Grand Assembly Hall, buying houses from the citizens of the inner city and promising great discounts. However, very few people responded. In the end, it was Sostatus, a merchant from the Turii Chamber of Commerce, who transferred the residence left behind by his father, Cunigarata, to the Senate in exchange for a piece of public land in the outer city and the approval of the Devers. The Ministry of Construction specially sent people to carefully renovate the residence. When Hacker, Hasdrubal, and the others arrived in Turii, they immediately moved into their new residence. Just as Helps had predicted, Hacker had been on a boat for a long time, and this morning, he had forced himself to look at the entire city of Turii from the Krati River. He had been exposed to the river breeze for a long time, but as soon as he entered the residence, he fell ill. Helps brought medical staff with him to diagnose and treat him. At dusk, Helps rushed to the Devers residence. Master Hacker has been exposed to the river breeze for a long time, which is why he has caught a cold. I've already given him medicine, and I believe that after the fever subsides, he will get better in a day or two, Helps reported. Fortunately, you reminded me in time today. The Devers temporarily heaved a sigh of relief. He knew very well that Hacker had just arrived in Turiai, and nothing could go wrong. Otherwise, the Iberian citizens and the Phoenicians from other regions would have bad guesses. For example, Hacker was in good condition in Iberia, but when he arrived in Turiai, he was bedridden. This must be the work of the king of Dionia and the senators. Your Majesty. With a worried expression, Helps continued, after examining Master Hacker's body, I discovered that the reason why he is weak and sickly is because he has a heart disease. His heart sounds very loud and very noisy, very similar to many patients with heart diseases I've treated in the past. We've obtained your consent and the consent of the patients' families. Under the witness of God Hades, we've dissected a few patients with this heart disease who eventually died of illness. We discovered that their hearts are slightly different from the hearts of ordinary people. The places that should be sealed are missing, and the places that shouldn't be sealed are sealed. Moreover, they seem to have this problem since birth, So, you named it primary heart disease. I've heard a series of lectures about this in the past few years at the Scholar Conference. This is a very remarkable discovery. Devers praised, but there was still a layer of gloom between his brows. He asked straightforwardly, as far as I know, primary heart disease can't be treated. So, based on Hacker's current physical condition, how long do you think he can live for? Your Majesty, based on our current level of medical skills, it is indeed impossible to treat this disease. In fact, we discovered that there should be many types of primary heart disease, and we're currently working hard to classify them bit by bit through dissection. This is a very long process. But according to our statistics and observations of these patients, as long as they can live past the age of 20, their heart disease is usually relatively mild. As long as their living conditions are good, they don't engage in excessive labor, and they can receive treatment in time, their lifespan will be relatively long. That's good. That's good. Devers's brows relaxed, and his entire body relaxed. He said in a gentle tone, You've worked hard, Helps. I'll leave Hacker's long-term treatment and nursing to you. Your Majesty, please rest assured. Although we can't cure this disease, we can still delay Master Hacker's symptoms. Helps said confidently. It's getting late. Have dinner at my place tonight. Your Majesty, I received an urgent message from the hospital on my way here. They've received a patient with a serious condition, and the symptoms are very strange. I need to rush to the hospital to consult with this patient. All right, then I won't keep you. Helps bowed respectfully, turned around and prepared to leave. Devers saw that Helps was a little hunched over, and his hair was white. His gait was slightly trembling, and he looked very old. Devers was very touched, and he couldn't help but say, Helps, you have to take care of yourself. I can't leave you, just like 20 years ago in Persia. Helps' body trembled slightly. He turned around and bowed respectfully to Devers again. Just like how he always responded to Devers's instructions 20 years ago, he said, Yes, teacher. Chapter 1098. 4 days later, in the morning, Hacker and Hasdrubal, who had recovered from their cold and regained their spirits, left the mansion after breakfast. One sat in a sedan while the other walked, treading on the flat and sturdy streets towards the Senate. Along the way, there were many people dressed in white robes with black stripe. They were obviously the senators who were going to attend the meeting. They walked in twos and threes, greeting each other with a smile. Those who were familiar with each other gradually gathered together, excitedly discussing the topic of the day. Some groups had already gathered more than 10 people before they even reached the square. Hence, passers-by would give way to them and greet them, receiving friendly responses from them. Hacker was a newcomer, and he was sitting in a sedan. Even though some senators cast curious glances at him from time to time, no one came up to him to ask questions. Ever since Hasdrubal came to Turin, other than attending a banquet at the mansion of the Devers, he had not shown himself in public. Very few people knew who he was. It was only when they were about to reach the Grand Assembly Hall that someone happily greeted him. Hasdrubal could not remember who that person was. "I'm Antiocha of Mazzara," the person said with a smile. Hasdrubal's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at the person's face. Remembering something, he said angrily, "It's you! You led the Mazzarans to secretly open the city gates. Brother, as His Majesty said at the banquet, no discord, no concord. The past is the past. Now we are all citizens of Dionia, and we are all colleagues working together. We should be closer to each other." Hacker poked his head out of the sedan and reminded him. "Lord Hacker is right," Antiocha said with a relieved smile. "We are all Phoenicians, outsiders to Turin. We should help each other. Of course, I am very happy to listen to Lord Hacker and Lord Hasdrubal's instructions. I believe the other Phoenician senators have the same idea." Hasdrubal snorted and turned his head away. He did not reply. After attending the banquet in the palace last night and talking to the Devers, Hacker already had an idea of what to do. He said calmly in the palanquin, "Thank you for your trust, Lord Antiocha. I will do my best to live up to your trust." Antiocha immediately smiled. Soon, he summoned several Phoenician senators from western Sicily and Sardinia. When the other elders saw the Phoenician elders, who were usually ignored, gathered around a sedan chair, they more or less guessed the reason. They could not help but think more highly of the sickly new chairman. Hasdrubal couldn't help but feel a little nervous when he saw the round building that looked like a giant egg. He and Haka were going to enter from the side door because it was closer, but Antiocha suggested, "Since this is the first time you and Haka are attending a Senate meeting, you should enter from the front door. That way you can show your presence." Even Hasdrubal, who had a grudge against Antiocha, had to admit that Antiocha's suggestion made sense. They bypassed the senators lining up to enter through the side door and came to the front of the Grand Assembly Hall. There were also senators lining up to enter. Hacker stopped the sedan chair and walked out with the help of his servants. He stood in front of the steps and looked at the Victory Square and the towering memorial pillar in the center. The statue of the goddess of victory at the top was particularly dazzling under the light of dawn. Although it was still morning, there were already many pedestrians in the square. Some were officials working in various departments near the square, some were peddlers working in the shops by the side of the square, some were preparing to go to the Supreme Court for hearings, and some were just taking a walk to relax in the square. There were also some children chasing and playing in the square with puppies. The patrolling team in velvet clothes did not stop them. Instead, they smiled and helped the children who fell to the ground up and patted the dust off them. It was a lively scene. Hacker looked for a while and sighed. Victory Square is much bigger than Carthage's square. Hasdrubal wanted to say, but Carthage's square is much more magnificent than this one. But then he heard Antiocha say, "It's really big." After that war, Turiae held a triumphal parade. I was there to see it. This square can accommodate nearly 40,000 soldiers, which is equivalent to 5 legions. That scene was really shocking. Hasdrubal remained silent, but from his restless expression, he must be thinking about something. "Hey, what's this?" Hacker pointed curiously at the protruding platforms on both sides of the step. The 2 platforms were connected to the main entrance of the Grand Assembly Hall. There was a fence on the platforms, and the stone walls of the platforms were welded with bronze protrusions. In between the protrusions there were round shields, making the stone walls of the platforms look like they were made of bronze. This is the public podium of the Senate. It was remodeled 3 years ago. During major celebrations, important events, or the passage of important bills, His Majesty the King of Devers and the rotating chairman will give speeches to the people here. Antiocha looked at Hasdrubal, pointed at the bronze protrusions, and said, "And this is the bronze ram of the warship. It was unloaded from the captured Carthage's warship, and those bronze shields were also seized by the Dionysian army in that war." Antiocha saw that Hasdrubal's expression was very ugly, and quickly added, "But most of them came from Rome. His Majesty the King of Devers once said, the reason why the podium is designed like this is not to show off military achievements, but to remind the people, and also to remind the senators, that it is not easy for Dionia to achieve what it is today. Everyone must always be vigilant, and remember that those who fight too much will die, and those who forget to fight will be in danger." Hacker carefully listened to these words, and then showed a look of admiration. He said, "His Majesty the King of Devers is indeed wise. I believe that under his leadership, the kingdom of Dionia will become even more powerful." Hasdrubal finally could not help but say angrily, "If those idiots in the Senate of Carthage understood this, they would not have become like this today." Hacker obviously did not want to talk about this. He looked at the senators in front of him, who were looking at him, and said softly, let's go and line up." Antiocha immediately said, "Lord Hacker, you are the rotating chairman. You can enter the hall directly." Antiocha deliberately spoke very loudly. The surrounding senators heard his voice, and immediately focused their attention on him. They began to whisper among themselves. The ceremonial officer, who was on duty at the main entrance, quickly ran down the stairs, and said uncertainly, "Lord Hacker? I am." Hacker nodded. "Then please follow me." After saying this, the ceremonial officer turned around and walked up. Hacker turned back to look at his brother. "Fortunately, I didn't make you line up here. If you fainted, it would be a joke. Hurry up." Hasdrubal waved his hand impatiently. Hacker slowly walked up the stairs under everyone's gaze. Then, he saw a golden pillar as tall as a person in front of him, facing the main entrance of the Grand Assembly Hall. There were some words engraved on the pillar. He walked closer to take a look. It was written in Greek, XX miles from Crotone, XX miles from Syrium, XX miles from Hadrumetum, and even XX miles from Sisi, the central city of southern Iberia. This is a milestone. It records the distance between the Victory Square and all the major cities in the kingdom, the ceremonial officer explained. Milestone. Very interesting." Hacker patted the pillar lightly. He knew that Dionia was not Carthage. According to its unique system of government, the numbers on the pillar actually represented the distance and area that Dionia's power could cover. "Impressive. Sir, please sign your name here." Arriving in front of the tall wooden door, the ceremonial officer held a wooden board in one hand and a white pen in the other as he spoke to Hacker. Hacker saw that the time was marked at the top of the board, and that there were already some names written on it. Without hesitation, he wrote his name and then asked curiously, "Does every elder who attends the meeting need to sign?" "Yes. This way we will know which elders did not attend or were late, especially those who have no administrative appointment and should attend the meeting. If they are absent many times within a month, they will be criticized and punished by the Overwatch Council. Those who do not attend for a long time may even be stripped of their status as elders." Hacker nodded lightly, but in his heart he was thinking, "I and Hasdrubal, as elders of Dionia, have not been to the Senate for a few years. What should I do?" The ceremonial officer seemed to understand his thoughts and continued, "Previously, you and Sir Hasdrubal guarded the southern region of Iberia for a long time, and the situation was special. But now that you have returned to Turiae, I hope that you will abide by the rules of the Senate in the future." "Of course." Hacker immediately replied solemnly. Under the signal of the ceremonial officer, the guards made way for them to enter the door. Hacker followed the ceremonial officer in and then went up another flight of stone stairs. Soon, they arrived in front of the second wooden door. There were also guards stationed here, and they were politely searching the bodies of the elders who entered the door. The ceremonial officer turned his head and said, "Sir, because there are often fierce arguments in the meeting hall, and when people are excited, there may be insults and even small conflicts. For the safety of the elders, this is a necessary inspection." "I understand." The sickly hacker agreed with this. After calmly accepting the soldier's search, he followed the ceremonial officer into the meeting hall. As soon as he stepped through the door, Hacker's gaze was immediately attracted by a large pure white chair carved from ivory in the center of the hall. It was placed firmly on a stone platform about 2 meters high, and the back of the chair was covered with brown lion skin. It proudly faced the countless wooden chairs surrounding it. Chapter 1099. Diagonally in front of it was the only black wooden table in the hall, and behind the wooden table was a smaller ivory chair. According to Hacker's understanding, that should be the seat of the rotating president who was in charge of the meeting that day. Around the central open space, there were 20 levels of stairs that rose like an arena. Each level was neatly arranged with countless wooden chairs, stacked on top of each other. Even Hacker felt a little dizzy looking at them. They surrounded the throne in the center like stars surrounding the moon. At this time, there were already some people seated in the hall. Some of them noticed Hacker, who was following behind the ceremonial officer. A few people quickly stood up from the center of the front row and walked towards Hacker. They were led by Lucius, Cypros, Sidorum, Antares, and Herman, the 5 rotating chairmen. "Welcome, Lord Hacker. We heard that you were sick a few days ago, and we didn't have the nerve to visit you. Are you feeling better now?" Lucius asked with a concerned expression. "I'm really sorry to have made you worry." "I'm fine now," Hacker said apologetically. "Today is my first time attending a meeting. I thought I could arrive early, but it seems that I'm still late." "You're not late," Cypros explained. "It's just that we've always been used to arriving early, because we have to communicate and discuss the topics that are to be discussed that day in advance to avoid accidents. Then I'll try to arrive early when there are meetings in the future," Hacker said knowingly. "Let's not block the passageway and affect the people behind us. Let's go back to our seats and talk in detail," Antares reminded. The few of them brought Hacker to the front row, and Hacker immediately noticed that there were 6 white chairs that stood out in the center of the almost entirely black chairs. These were the ivory chairs that belonged to the rotating president. Did this mean that the rotating president's position in the Senate was so unusual? While Hacker was thinking, he saw Cypros pointing to the seat on his left and said, "Lord Hacker, your seat is here." Hacker walked over and sat down. Suddenly, he realized that this seat really did belong to him. This was because the name Hacker was carved on the ground under his feet. Looking at the seats around him, there were also names carved on them. Cypros saw what he was doing and immediately explained, "The seats in the hall are not to be taken randomly. Each seat belongs to an elder, and the name of the elder is engraved under the seat. If an elder takes a seat randomly during the meeting, the ceremonial officer will give him a warning, and if he refuses to heed the warning, he will be expelled from the hall." Hacker nodded, silently raising his guard. Actually, 10 years ago, other than some special seats, the rest of the seats could be sat at will. Antares poked his head out and said, "Therefore, during every meeting, the familiar elders would sit together. They would sit here and there, making them very scattered. Moreover, they liked to gather together to discuss, so the order was rather messy, causing the efficiency of the meeting to be low. Later, it was Lord Sesta who put forward a proposal to address this, and it was approved." Hacker nodded again. During this period of time, he had studied the politics of Dionia in detail. He knew that Sesta was the Minister of Supervision of the kingdom, and he had been in this position for almost 20 years. It was said that he was a cold person, and he had punished many officials and even elders. Many officials were afraid of him, but the majority of the people respected him, calling him the kingdom's Aeacus, one of the 3 infernal judges. Under Antares' intentional pointing, Hacker saw an old man sitting in the same row not far from them. From the side, his body was straight, his eyebrows were thick and long, his nose bridge was high, his nose was big, his lips were thick, and his eyes weren't big. This is Sesta? While Hacker was thinking, the old man turned his head and made eye contact with him. Hacker immediately felt a sharp light shoot out from the old man's small eyes, like a sharp knife stabbing into his own eyes. But soon after, the elder retracted his radiance, and his stern face became a bit more peaceful. He nodded towards Hacker, then stood up and walked towards one of the ceremonial officials. He said a few words to him, and the disciplinary official immediately ran out of the venue. It seems that Sesta feels that the elders are entering too slowly, so he asked the ceremonial officer to hurry them up, Antares said with a sigh. Antares sighed as he introduced, Lord Hacker, we aren't the first to attend every Senate meeting, but this old fellow. Although this is also his duty, he has been doing this for the past 20 years. I really can't help but admire him. I really don't know if the next Minister of Supervision will be like him. Hacker looked at Sesta, who was standing in front of the hall like a solid stone pillar, and suddenly asked, Lord Cypros, you just said that a seat belongs to a senator, but if the senator is no longer here, the name will be covered by cement, and after it hardens, the new senator's name will be engraved on it. Cypros said emotionally, one of his feet lightly rubbing against the ground. Only then did Hacker notice that the color of the name engraved on the ground was a little different from the color around it. He heard Cypros say softly, this seat previously belonged to Lord Cornelis. Hacker did not say anything after hearing that. For someone like him who had been suffering from illness for many years, he was similarly touched. Lord Hacker, there are a total of 615 senators in the Senate. It will be difficult to remember all of them in a short period of time, Antares suggested. But you can first remember the main senators, such as the ministers of the various departments of the kingdom. Their seats are on both sides of us. The senators who were established in the kingdom of Dionia are the most senior, so their seats are in the first 2 rows. There are also the senators who have been serving as town governors for many years and have only been promoted to legion commanders in recent years. They are in the 3rd to 6th row. Hacker listened attentively and asked, So, my brother Hasdrubal will be sitting at the back? Of course not, Lucius interrupted. Due to Lord Hasdrubal's special situation, after the banquet last night, His Majesty specially discussed with us and finally arranged a special seat for him. I believe he will be satisfied. Where is his seat? Hacker was curious. By the time Hasdrubal walked into the hall, it was already crowded with people. It was unusually lively. If not for the ceremonial officer leading the way, he would not have known where to go. Lord Hasdrubal, this is your exclusive seat. From now on, you will be seated here when attending Senate meetings. The ceremonial officer finished speaking and turned to leave. It was the seat on the left of the 3rd row. Hasdrubal stood in front of his seat. He felt the oppressive feeling of being stared at by the people around him when he walked through the corridor had lessened. He felt slightly relieved. As soon as he sat down, the person in front of him turned around. Lord Hasdrubal, we meet again. Hasdrubal looked at the person. It was Amyntas, whom he had chatted happily with last night. Lord Hasdrubal, I'm still a little dizzy from the drinking competition I had with you yesterday. The person next to Amyntas turned around as well. It was Matones, another Dionia general whom Hasdrubal had met at the banquet last night. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself? You can't even beat me in drinking. Amyntas mocked. As long as I can beat you in wrestling, that's enough, Matones retorted, unwilling to be outdone. Just as the two were about to bicker, the senator next to Hasdrubal turned around and smiled. Lord Hasdrubal, nice to meet you. I am Dionia's 7th Legion commander, Tiger Telos. Considering Hasdrubal's personality, the Devers had specially invited Amyntas and Matones to accompany him at the banquet last night. Amyntas had sparred with Hasdrubal in Serenus city. Although Dionia had won in the end, it had been a very intense fight. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Amyntas and Hasdrubal had a mutual appreciation for each other. Furthermore, due to his old age and the many old injuries he had sustained, it was difficult for him to move around. As a result, he had no choice but to resign from his position as the First Legion commander. In the end, the Devers appointed Leotychides, who did not belong to the expeditionary army and had much less experience than them, to take over. This made Amyntas a little unwilling. Hasdrubal was the only person who had defeated Leotychides in that war, and his personality was to his liking. In addition, his background was special, so with Amyntas's intention to win him over, he, Matones, and Hasdrubal had a great time drinking last night. Hasdrubal, who had fought in the Iberian region for more than 10 years, was also willing to stay with Amyntas, Matones, and other Dionia generals, not only because they had similar interests and had many topics to talk about, but also because after the banquet last night, the Devers had specially talked to him and given him an appointment. This caused the former general of Carthage, who had been idle for several years because of his decadence, to finally pull himself together, and also made him realize that having a good relationship with the Dionia army would be beneficial for him to carry out his mission. Both sides had the intention to be on good terms, so the atmosphere soon became warm, and Hasdrubal no longer felt like he was in a strange environment. His Majesty has arrived. Accompanied by a loud shout, the closed wooden door at the back of the center of the hall, which Hacker was facing, opened. The originally noisy hall suddenly quieted down. 4 palace guards in military uniform came out from the door, surrounding the crowned king of the Devers and entering the hall. The elders in the hall quickly stood up. Dragged by Tiger Telos, Hasdrubal also stood up reluctantly. Only when the Devers sat down on the throne did the elders sit down one after another. At this time, the palace guards stood around the throne, and the ceremonial officers under the Ministry of Supervision also took their positions. 3 recording officers of the hall held pen and paper, sitting at the edge of the center of the hall. The rotating chairman, Antalis, stood up and walked to the podium. Everything was ready. Chapter 1100. The Devers looked around, and their eyes finally fell on Hacker in the front row. They smiled as a greeting and then nodded at Antares. Clang! Antares rang the small bronze bell on the table, and then the ceremonial officer in front of him shouted, "The meeting begins." In the past, it was the rotating president who did the talking, but there were more and more senators, and it was very laborious to talk to them all day long. Moreover, the 5 rotating presidents were all older, and there were several cases of the rotating presidents shouting hoarsely and collapsing from exhaustion at the end of the meeting. Therefore, the young ceremonial officers took over the job later. Antares cleared his throat and said loudly, "The bill that His Majesty proposed to divide the territory of the kingdom into 19 regions has been passed. Today's main topic is for us to elect the governors of these regions. Because the region of Rome, southern Iberia, and western Sicily are located at the border of the kingdom, the situation is complicated and the situation is relatively bad. For the safety of the kingdom, special candidates have been selected. Assists will be the governor of Rome, Bagul will be the governor of southern Iberia, and Antonios will be the governor of western Sicily." There was a little commotion in the meeting. Before, the Devers had not decided on the candidate for the governor of western Sicily. Some people might still have some expectations, but when they heard it was Antonios, they immediately lost their temper. Although Antonios had made mistakes before, he had been the governor of the important cities of the kingdom for many years, and during the war in the western Mediterranean, he was the wartime governor of the Donau region. It was not an easy task to firmly control the Donau region that had just been conquered and then invaded by the Samni people. This showed his outstanding governance ability. In addition, he was once a high-ranking general in the army with outstanding achievements and high qualifications, so no one raised any objections. The rest of the governors will be elected by the senators according to the previous governor election rules. Antares paused, then continued, but when recommending candidates, there is a principle that must be followed. The candidate for the governor must have more than 4 years of experience as a town governor. This rule was determined by the senators during the last meeting. It was mainly to ensure that the senators who were elected as the regional governors had sufficient administrative experience. Of course, it also ruled out the possibility of the senators who became the senators of Dionia after the Western Mediterranean War becoming the regional governors. No matter how regretful some people were, Antares raised his voice and continued, I hereby announce the start of the election for the regional governor. First of all, the first region to be nominated is Corsica. Is there anyone who wants to nominate? In fact, Alenia was the only town in Corsica, including 8 or 9 settlements with only a few hundred people. Whether in terms of population or land area, Alenia was far from the big cities such as Crotone, Cosenza, and Catane. It was not even comparable to the medium-sized towns such as Sileto, Cremissa, and Udiere. However, after it was divided into a region by the Devers, this small island became much more important in the eyes of the senators. After all, no matter how small it was still a region. The ceremonial officer scanned the hall. Among the 8 senators who raised their hands, he chose the one with the most seniority. This was also a new rule implemented by the Senate in recent years. During the meeting, the senators were not allowed to stand up and speak. They had to raise their hands, and the ceremonial officer would call out their names according to their age and seniority. This way, it could minimize chaos and improve efficiency. Sir Strompoli. Strompoli stood up and said slowly, I recommend Philocrates. Although he is young, he has a lot of experience in government affairs. He was once a scribe in the royal household department. Oh, that was during the time when Dionia was still in the Union, not the kingdom. Strompoli purposely emphasized the qualifications of the candidates he recommended. Court Recorder, Minister of Construction, Governor of Castellan, Governor of Santa Iberia. Although he has only been the town governor for 5 years, he is the only kingdom governor who managed a metal smelting center for a long period of time. In the 4 years that he was in charge of Santa Iberia, the production and quality of the metal smelting center have been improving year by year. He was even praised by His Majesty. As he said this, he reached out his left hand and pointed at the Devers in the middle of the hall. Divers neither denied nor nodded in confirmation. After all, he had already promised not to interfere with the election of the regional chief executive, so he had to remain calm as much as possible. He did not want to mislead the elders in the hall with a random action. For a region like Corsica that also focuses on metal smelting, I think Philocrates is the best candidate. Strompoli looked around and finished his last sentence confidently. Out of the 7 senators who raised their hands, 5 quietly lowered their arms. It was not because they felt that Philocrates was the best candidate to be the chief executive of Corsica, but because they felt Strompoli's determination to support Philocrates from his words. After Cornelis, Strompoli was the leader of the Amendolara faction in the Senate. Amendolara was only a small city with a small population, but it held an important position in the kingdom of Dionia. This was because it was the first town that the king of Devers occupied after he led his mercenary army to Great Greece. In the early days, the citizens of Amendolara played an important role in the development of the entire kingdom of Dionia. People like Cornelis, Raphael, Scambras, Strompoli, Tritodemos, and Platzilus all held important positions in the Senate. Although Scambras, Cornelis, and Platzilus had passed away one after another, the Amendolarans were the first to participate in the kingdom's politics. Moreover, Strompoli and the other senators loved to support the Amendalarans, so the Amendalarans made up a large proportion of the people who participated in the kingdom's politics at a young age and gradually became senators. What was more noteworthy was that more than half of the mercenaries settled in Amendalara. Many of them married Amendallaran women and even adopted many Amendallaran orphans as their children. Therefore, some of the military senators could be said to be Amendalarans. As long as there was no conflict of interest and no special instructions from the Devers, they would firmly support the Amendallaran senator's proposal. In addition, as the Amendalarans were the first to join the Daionia, they had a good relationship with the senators of other factions, especially the gentle Cornelis, who had helped many people. Therefore, these senators felt that they could not compete with the Amendallaran faction. To avoid offending the protective old man, they voluntarily gave up. However, Strompoli did not feel relieved because he heard the ceremonial officer shout, "Sir Vespa." This old man. Strompoli could not help but curse when he saw Vespa stand up shakily not far away. Ever since Vespa resigned from his position as the rotating president, he rarely attended the Senate's meetings, citing his old age as an excuse. This was the first time he had appeared in the meeting in half a year, and it was clear that he had come prepared. I recommend Demabas. Although he is relatively young among the senators, he has a lot of experience in Dionia's politics. Not long after His Majesty came to Italy, he became a soldier under His Majesty's command when he was only 17 years old. He made great contributions in the battle to capture Nudum and defeat the Crotone. However, he was injured in the battle to capture Grimentum and had to retire from the army. Then, he turned to administration, as we all know. Before Corsica, Sardinia, southern Iberia, and a small part of Etruria belonged to the kingdom. There were two main metal mines in the kingdom: the copper mine in Turiae and the iron mine in the mountains west of Grimentum. Demabas served as the person in charge of the iron mine for 5 years, 1 year more than Philocrates. He has rich experience in managing the mine. During those years, under his management, the iron mine continuously provided the kingdom with enough iron ore and iron ingots for initial smelting. This ensured that our soldiers had a large number of relatively cheap weapons, and contributed to the expansion of the kingdom. At this point, Vespa coughed a few times and looked at Strompoli. His expression was calm, but his words were aggressive. I think that to become the regional governor of Corsica, one must not only have the ability to manage the mine, but also have the ability to govern and assimilate other races. Half of the people in Alenia are Phoenicians, and a small part of the territory north of Corsica is occupied by the Etruscans. Therefore, the new regional governor needs to be able to handle the relationship with our close neighbors and allies, the Etruscans. Demabas served as the governor of Poseidon for 3 years, and the governor of Pompeii for 3 years. His achievements have been recognized by the senators. The people in these two towns are diverse, and they are both close to the allies. The northeast of Poseidon's territory is bordered by the territory of Abenalum in the Simone Mountains. When Demabas first became the governor, the war in the western Mediterranean had just begun, and Abenalum was still an ally of Daionia, not a dominion. Demabas handled all of these well, so I think he is the best candidate for the regional governor of Corsica. Chapter 1101. However, none of the senators dared to belittle him. In fact, even if Vespa did not speak much, his presence was a strong show of support for Demabas. He was one of the leaders of the Lucanian faction, and Demabas was a Lucanian. Vespa's speech represented the support of the Lucanian faction in the Senate. In the Senate, the Lucanian faction was equally influential. Vespa's son, Bagul, and son-in-law, Assists, were senior senators and important ministers of the kingdom. Now they had been appointed as regional governors. The other leader, Hemont, was not only the rotating president, but he also had many daughters and was in-laws with many senators. He had a lot of influence in the Senate. In addition, as the Lucanians had been fighting with the mercenaries led by divers for a long time, their development in the kingdom's military could not be underestimated. Other than Elder Lazaru, who had made outstanding contributions, there were also many Lucanians in the army serving as middle and senior officers. The two powerful Senate factions clashed in the first round of the election, but it did not make the other senators retreat completely. The third person to recommend the candidates stood up. He was the Minister of Agriculture, Buckos. He was not afraid of the dissatisfied gazes of Strompoli and Vespa. He said calmly, "Everyone, I would like to recommend Mykeps as the regional governor of Corsica. I think everyone is familiar with him. Since the establishment of Dionia, he has been working in Turii. He has served as the village chief, agricultural adjutant, the person in charge of the copper mines in Turii, the governor of Demo, the governor of Abyssinia, the governor of Heraclea. He had a wealth of administrative experience, as well as experience in managing metal mines. As for his experience in managing other races, which town in the kingdom didn't have a mix of races? Every official faced such a problem, and the kingdom had long since developed a set of mature administrative experience, especially for someone like Mykeps, who had direct contact with various races for a long time in government affairs. He had long since gotten used to it. As for his experience in dealing with the allies, that was not a big problem. The kingdom is already so powerful, and most of the allies have become our vassals, especially the Etruscans. They are extremely reliant on us now, so how could they abandon us so easily? In summary, I think Mykeps is the most suitable candidate for the regional governor of Corsica." Burkos's words were very direct, but the senators looked at each other in dismay. What's going on? The first election was already a clash between the three major factions since the establishment of Dionia's Senate. The Turii faction was also one of the most important factions in the Senate of Dionia. They had once suppressed the other factions and dominated the affairs of the Senate. However, the Polixus incident had dealt a heavy blow to them, causing many influential senators to be imprisoned, such as Enanilus, Massiscus, Oriphis. Coupled with the death of the influential Cunigurata, Buckos and Ansitanos, due to their personalities and abilities, did not shoulder the responsibility of leading the Turii faction, which led to its decline in the past few years. However, Turii was, after all, the central town of the Kingdom of Dionia. There were many talented Turii officials with outstanding political achievements who entered the Senate in recent years, and it was showing signs of a resurgence. The three senators stood in the first and second rows, one on the left, one on the right, and one in the middle, forming an approximate isosceles triangle, representing the three major factions in the Senate. Since the establishment of Dionia, they had been pushing the kingdom's rapid development. This made the other senators both sigh and vigilant. Looking at the resumes of the three candidates, they all had similar experiences. They were all in their 40s, had served as legionnaires when they were young, had made meritorious contributions, and retired from active service due to injuries. It was precisely because of their performance in the military that they were successfully elected as the village chief of their village. Due to their outstanding performance, they were noticed by the important figures of their faction, and were subsequently taken care of. For example, during the war in the western Mediterranean, Strompoli was urgently appointed as the governor of Saros. He made some requests to the Senate, and only agreed to take office after they were satisfied. One of the requests was to transfer Philocrates, who had just been appointed as the governor of Castellan for a year, as his deputy to help manage Saros. It did not take long for Philocrates to be recommended as the governor of Santa Iberia. Although at that time, the ranks of the governor of a town in Dionia were not clearly divided. However, as a town under the jurisdiction of the Turii region, many senators believed that the position of the governor of Castellan was only a little higher than that of the governor of Dermo. Since Santa Iberia was a famous financial and smelting center in the western Mediterranean, becoming the governor of Santa Iberia was much more important. Wisba and Bagul had contributed a lot to Damabas becoming the person in charge of the Lucania iron mine and the governor of Poseidonia. Similarly, Bucos had a lot to do with Mykeps becoming an official in the Ministry of Agriculture and managing the copper mine. The mine was also under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Agriculture. Although they had received a lot of care along the way, their political experience in Dionia was about 20 years, far longer than the time that many senators had spent in the kingdom of Dionia. They could not help but sigh at their inferiority. There were several senators in the three major factions who had such rich political achievements at such a young age. Although this was because the three major factions had participated in the establishment of Dionia and had the advantage of time, it also made the other senators feel the pressure of competition. But now, due to the good political experience of the three, the senators could not find any obvious flaws in them. So they simply remained calm and unruffled, wanting to see the excitement of the three major factions colliding with each other. However, just as the ceremonial officer announced the start of the election, Strompali looked at Wisba and then turned to look at Hemont. He blinked and suddenly said, "I'm sorry, I choose to abstain." There was a commotion in the hall. Many of the senators were stunned. Strompali might be old, but he was stubborn and would not easily admit defeat in an argument. Why did he withdraw before the battle even started? Wisba and Hemont seemed a little surprised. The ceremonial officer frowned and said loudly, "Sir Strompali, since you have already proposed a candidate, your abstention now does not count. Does Sir Flocrates agree to abstain?" Flocrates stood up from the back of the hall. He looked at Strompali, who was still standing. After their eyes met, Strompali simply said loudly, "I agree to abstain from being a candidate for the governor of Corsica." Then, next up is Damabas and Mykeps. Before the ceremonial officer's voice trailed off, Bucos said, "I also abstain." There was another commotion in the hall. Some of the senators saw the clues and sneered without saying anything. It was the ceremonial officer's first time encountering such a situation. He looked back at Antares nervously. Antares motioned for him to remain calm and then said loudly, "Are there any senators to be elected?" Due to the withdrawal of Flocrates and Mykeps, a few senators saw an opportunity. They proposed candidates with the attitude of giving it a try. Now, including Damabas, there were 3 more candidates. Antares nodded to the ceremonial officer. The ceremonial officer took a deep breath and said loudly, "The nominations are over. The election begins. Senators, please choose the most suitable governor of Corsica from these 3 candidates." The 5 scribes immediately held a wooden board with the names of the 3 candidates written on it. Each of them was in charge of an area of the hall. From the back to the front, they began to ask each senator in a low voice about the candidate they had in mind. Some senators said it out loud, while others did not speak and pointed at the names on the board. The scribes used a white pen to underline the names they had chosen. Behind the scribes, there was a prosecutor who was responsible for ensuring that the scribes strictly followed the rules of the hall and did not cheat. Every year, the Senate held countless elections for the governor of the town. Everyone was already familiar with the process, and the tabulation was soon completed. Antares did not say the result immediately, but wanted to submit the tabulation results to the Devers first. The Devers did not take it and waved their hands. "I have said before, the election of the governor is completely up to you. I will not interfere." Antares expressed that he understood. He held the wooden board, faced the elders, and read aloud, "According to the statistics, Damabas has obtained 545 votes. So the final election for the Corsica region's chief executive is Damabas. Does anyone have any objections?" No one in the hall expressed any objections, but many people understood that Damabas had obtained such a high number of votes because Strompali and Bucos had abstained. After a while, Antares said loudly, "I announce that Damabas has become the governor of Corsica. Congratulations, Sir Damabas!" There was a burst of applause in the hall. Damabas stood up with a face full of joy and bowed to the people around him. After a while, Antares stretched out his hand and gestured downward. The ceremonial officer immediately shouted, "The meeting continues, please keep quiet. Next, we will proceed with the election of the governor of the northern region of Sardinia." As soon as Antares finished speaking, he saw a familiar figure stand up. Strompoli coughed lightly and said solemnly again, "I elect Flocrates. The reason for the election has been stated before." There were a few chuckles in the hall, but it quickly returned to silence. In the northern region of Sardinia, besides the metal-smelting center Santa Iberia, there was also a relatively wealthy and prosperous seaport town, Saros, and a small coastal town, Olbia, which was also rich in precious metals. Chapter 1102. There were many nuraghes in the mountainous area of its interior, so it was obviously more attractive than the Corsican region. For more senators were recommended, but the final result of the election was Flocrates, who won more than 60% of the votes, and was elected by an absolute margin. Looking at the current situation, Hacker understood that the three electors at the beginning of the meeting must have reached some kind of tacit agreement. The fact that these two young senators could be elected with such a high number of votes meant that they had the support of the other two electors, who represented the other two electors. Hacker's guess was right. When Dionia was first established, the Turii faction led by Cunigurata and the Amendolara faction led by Cornelis had cooperated with each other to suppress the power of the Devers. Later, when the Devers became king and Cunigurata passed away, the Senate finally tamed the Devers. However, people from other regions continued to enter the Senate, attacking the dominant position of the Amendolara faction and the Turii faction. In order to ensure their right to speak in the Senate, they roped in the Lucanian faction, which had always been on good terms with them and had been rising in status. As long as there was no conflict of interest, the senators of the three factions could basically maintain the same. So when Strompoli saw that the situation was not good and could not guarantee that Flocrates would win, he immediately took the initiative to give up and gave Vespa and Hemont a look. The two Lucanian senators who had worked together for many years immediately understood what he meant. Bucos, who had always been busy with government affairs and was not very flexible in politics, only reacted after Ansitanos quietly reminded him and chose to give up. Thus, the three factions silently reached an agreement. Many senators who understood the situation applauded and congratulated Flocrates, but at the same time, their hearts were pounding. They did not know if Myceps of Turii would jump out again during the election of the chief executive of the region. Next is the election of the chief executive of the southern region of Sardinia. The rotating chairman, Antares, continued to push forward the proceedings of the meeting. In the southern part of Sardinia, there were 7 or 8 original Phoenician towns headed by Carolus. More than half of them were coastal towns with a large population and prosperous sea trade. Moreover, they had fertile plains along the river. The strength of such a region was not weaker than some regions of Greece, so it naturally attracted many elders to elect them. After carefully looking at the person who raised his hand, the ceremonial officer shouted, "Lord Breru." Brel quickly stood up and said in a loud and clear voice, "I recommend Lord Terrace." Sir Terrace's ability was obvious to all. He had served as the administrator for more than 10 years and had outstanding achievements in every term. He had also actively responded to His Majesty's call and went to the Latin region during the war. He bravely served as the administrator of Ostia, which was at the forefront of the war, and successfully assisted the expeditionary army to victory. Moreover, Sir Terrace adhered to the law of Dionia. During the Laodigian incident, he was one of the few Sicilian senators who had no dealings with Laodigian. Therefore, I think only Sir Terrace can govern the southern part of Sardinia, which has a majority of Phoenicians and is relatively wealthy. Furthermore, there will be no corruption or bribery. Breru's words were very straightforward, and it made Antonio's feel a little awkward in the meeting hall. Sidorum also felt awkward. He did not expect that Breru, who was also a Brudi, would recommend an outsider without consulting him first. But in fact, although the Brudi were one of the races that joined Daionia earlier, the large-scale rebellion in the southern Italian war caused the Brudi's power to suffer heavy losses in Daionia. Since Bagalipi's death, Sidorum became the leader of the Brudi. However, unlike Vespa and Hemont, he cared more about the people of Vigo City and did not care enough about the development of other young Brudi officials. Therefore, the cohesion of the Brudi in the kingdom's political arena had always been insufficient. In recent years, as Sidorum grew older, he realized that the Brudi's talents were declining, and only then did he begin to pay attention to this problem. Although Breru was a Brudi, he had been in the army all year round and was more familiar with the military elders. Even when he was removed from his position as the head of the 7th Legion in the Western Mediterranean War because of a mistake, he did not quit the army. After the war, he was appointed by Helos as the military training adjutant. In fact, it was an instruction given by Devers, because he believed that any other legion commander in Breru's position at that time would have no choice but to give the order to rescue. Although he had paid a lot of sacrifices, he maintained the hearts of the people of Catania and the morale of the army. Breru made the right choice, but he was guilty of it. When he was removed from his position, it was to uphold the dignity of military law. Later, he was appointed to make up for what the Ministry of Military Affairs owed him. He had a better relationship with the military elders than with the Brudi, and Sidorum felt that with Brum's political skills, it was impossible for him to say those words. He had never seen him interact with Terrace in the past. He must have been instructed by the military to recommend Breru. Was it Felicius? Or Alexis? Sidorum looked suspiciously at the two military officials who were whispering to each other. Finally, his gaze landed on the other Brudi elder, Saru. Before Sidorum joined Daionia, Saru was the successor that he had groomed for Vigor City. However, after Brudi joined Daionia, despite Sidorum's full support, Sarua's development in the kingdom's politics did not go too well. He was not good at handling political affairs, and after several setbacks, he lacked confidence in managing a region on his own. Saru, on the other hand, had always been very interested in commanding troops. However, he had been dissuaded by Sidorum from entering the military as soon as possible. Later, when the political scene was not going well, he wanted to transfer to the military, but he was too old and could no longer start as a team officer. At this moment, Saru was looking at Sidorum anxiously, because Sidorum was also ready to let Saru recommend a person, Hesitatus. Although Hesitatus was not a Brudi, he had lived in the Brudi region for decades. Most of the people he had led in the rebellion were still living in the Brudi region, and there were a few talents in the kingdom's political scene. More importantly, Hesitatus had been the chief executive of the important cities in the kingdom many times, and his administrative skills were quite good. Sidorum had worked with him in the Senate for the past few years. When he felt that the Brudi people were not good enough, he wanted to bring Hesitatus and his people into his faction. However, in the eyes of some elders, Breru belonged to the Brudi faction. He had already recommended Terrace, and now that Sidorum recommended Hesitatus, the elders who supported him would be at a loss. Most importantly, since Breru had the support of the military, Sidorum did not have the confidence to let Hesitatus win. After thinking about it, he shook his head at Sidorum. Sidorum's judgment was accurate. Although Terrace had a few competitors, he was still chosen with the highest number of votes. The candidates for the 3 regional governors had been confirmed. The day's election seemed to have just ended, because the regions that were to be discussed next were all within the borders of Italy and Sicily, which was what most of the elders were most concerned about. Therefore, many people subconsciously straightened their backs and waited for Antares to speak. The next area to be elected is the eastern plains of Campania. The eastern plains of Campania not only included the former towns of Campania, such as Ænona, Niconia, Rolla, Caesarea, and Pompeii, but also the former towns of the Simonians, such as Cautum and Beneventum. It could be said that it occupied the most important and best area in this area, thus achieving the strategic goal of controlling and balancing the Simonians and Campanians. However, because of its importance, there were also many elders who favored it. The first elder to stand up was Borit. In fact, he was not a very senior elder of Daionia, but he had cooperated with Daionia for a long time. In the southern Italian War and the western Mediterranean War, he provided great help to Daionia's final victory. He also took the initiative to persuade his people to merge Potentia, an extremely important Lucanian town to the kingdom, into Daionia. Therefore, since the day he entered the Senate, he was highly regarded and respected by the elders. Out of respect, the ceremonial officer asked him to be the first to speak. "I recommend Sesima. Sima has been the chief executive of Nudum, Elia, Copsa, and other towns. He's very familiar with the Lucania and Samni mountains. He's also very familiar with the Samni people. I believe that as the chief executive of the eastern region of Campania, he'll be able to maintain the stability of that region and prevent the Samni people from causing trouble." Although Borit's words were short, it was obvious that he still had a deep prejudice against the Simonians. Saru finally stood up. "I recommend Hegesidas." Gorkys, the former elder of Castellan, also stood up and recommended his good friend, Amicus. Tryphias, the former elder of Heraclea, recommended his good friend, Todepras, the elder from Metapontum. Of these referees, one stood out in particular, Mentititius, the present president of the College of Dionysia, who, though unlike his good friend Matyrus, sometimes attended the meetings of the Senate. In order not to delay the study of these scholarly senators, it was passed, at the suggestion of Diphus, that they should be excused from attending meetings except those of great importance. Never took part in the election of the governor of the town. Chapter 1103. An elder once asked him, and his answer was, "I study mathematics. Any formula and theorem must be calculated by myself to determine if it is correct or not. I don't know much about your achievements, so I can't recommend anyone randomly. Otherwise, I will mislead everyone and affect the affairs of the country." But now that he stood up, the elders could not help but be curious about who he was recommending. "Nicomachus is the person I want to recommend. I won't say much about Nicomachus' ability. His statue in Odlum says it all. What I want to say is that during the war in the western Mediterranean, he responded to His Majesty's call and went to the Latin region. He did his best to help Sir Assist's reorganize Rome that had just been conquered. Later, he tried his best to govern the city of Gabii that was plundered by the flames of war. Mentodicus emphasized the words plundered by the flames of war. After Gabii was conquered, the citizens were all reduced to slaves to serve as a deterrent to the other Latin city-states. Mentodicus had some opinions about this. Devers, who sat in the middle of the hall, still looked calm, as if he did not hear what he said. "That's why I think Nicomachus should become the regional administrator and contribute more to the kingdom." What Mentodicus said made Sidorum feel that something was wrong. Why did it sound similar to what Brem said? He suddenly looked at Devers. Hemont and Lysias were the same. Of course, they would not notice anything strange from Devers's calm face. After this round of recommendations, some elders began to raise objections. Sir Kelsima indeed understands the situation in the Samni Mountains, but to be the chief executive of the eastern region of Campania, not only does he have to maintain the stability of the region, but he also has to develop the region better so that he can better assimilate the Samni people around him. In this regard, Sir Sima does not seem to have outstanding performance in the past. Sir Hephaestus does have a rich resume, but he did not work in the northern cities. I'm afraid he does not know much about the Samanai people. The referees had to answer these questions one by one to avoid negatively affecting the candidate they recommended. After some debate, the result of the vote, Nick Marcus narrowly won. Nicomachus stood up with an incredulous look on his face and bowed in all directions to express his gratitude. His exaggerated antics and humorous words elicited a burst of laughter from the audience, which also eased the gradually tense atmosphere. Next up is the Strait of Messina region. The region of the Strait of Messina includes the towns of Liguim, Messina, Torina, and the northern coast of Sicily, as well as the archipelago of Lipara. This region, though narrow and sparsely populated, is endowed with the Strait of Messina, which is of great strategic and commercial value. One of them was very eye-catching, Cypros. As the rotating chairman, he actually stood up to recommend someone, which naturally caused a small commotion. And the person he recommended was Amicles. Perhaps the other elders would think that since Cypros was the governor of Catanae, and Amicles was the governor of Messina, the two of them had worked together for several years in the eastern part of Sicily, so they must have a good relationship. That was why they took the initiative to recommend Cypros. But the Devers knew through the intelligence department that Cypros and Amicles did not have much contact, so he recommended Cypros out of the public interest. This was what he admired about Cypros. In the 2 years since Cypros became the rotating chairman, his advice to the Devers were all based on the interests of the kingdom, and there was almost no selfishness, unlike Sidorum and Hemont who thought too much about their own race. Although Lucius was a little better, as the head of the rotating chairman, he did not do enough. Antares was also a good person. He could see the big picture, but sometimes he was a little impatient. Who knew if he would recommend a candidate today? The Devers' eyes lingered on Antares for a moment, then turned to Amicles. The senator from Castellan looked a little surprised and nervous. Perhaps he did not expect Cypros to recommend him, but he was also looking forward to this position. It was just that he had lost the election for the governor of the eastern part of Campania, so he was a little worried. So was Amicles suitable to be the governor of the Strait of Messina? The Devers thought about it and felt that Amicles was indeed a suitable candidate. It seemed that Amicles was a gentleman who was not aggressive enough. When he was the chief general of Castellan, he succumbed to Dionia's aggressiveness. When he was the governor of Messina, he took the initiative to bow down to the tough governor Ligium. When he was the governor of Gela, he took the initiative to go to the mountains to negotiate with the cold-blooded leader of the Psycheer. But on the other hand, was this not a kind of wisdom? So during the years when Greece was at war, Castellan was not affected too much. In the end, the people happily joined the kingdom. Now, Ligium and Messina were still in conflict, but the years when Amicles was in office was a period of relatively good relations between the two cities. It was also because of Amicles's actions that many Psycheer people took the initiative to move to the sparsely populated Gela, which made Gela the fastest to recover after the war among the towns on the south coast of Sicily. Great wisdom may appear slow-witted. The Devers looked at the ordinary-looking old man in the crowd and gradually felt a little hopeful. Perhaps he could really solve the decades of conflict between Ligium and Messina once and for all. Thinking of this, he shifted his gaze to the Minister of Commerce, Marigi, who was sitting on the right side of the front row. Their eyes met and quickly moved away. After 2 more candidates were announced, the commander of the Second Fleet, Middleades, stood up and said loudly, "I also recommend Amicles. Although I have not had much contact with him, when the Third Fleet went south to fight on the north coast of Sicily, we received his full support and help. I feel that he is a good governor, so I recommend him." His words were simple and crude, but no one found it funny. That was because Mithridates was now the most popular hero in the kingdom. He had made great achievements in the war in the western Mediterranean Sea. His support would undoubtedly increase the chances of Amicles being chosen. Of course, there were also some senators who were not convinced. Amicles used to be the governor of Messina. If he becomes the governor of the Isthmus region again, it would be against the law of Dionia if he serves too long in the same region. Cypros was already prepared for this. He explained calmly, Lord Amicles only served in Messina for 4 years before being transferred to the governor of Gela. Even if he wins, it would not violate the law of not serving in the same region for more than 8 years. Cypros easily refuted the doubts, and Myron could empathize with him. If he had not discussed with Lysias beforehand and received his reminder, he would have been in big trouble today, and all his efforts would have been for naught. The final result of the vote was that Amicles won by only 5 votes. Apparently, Amicles did not expect such a result. He stood up in a daze. When he bowed to the applauding senators, he also expressed his gratitude to Cypros and Middleade. Many of the senators were secretly sighing. The coward Amicles was too lucky to be favored by Cypros and Middleades. But apparently, they did not realize that the real mastermind was sitting in the middle of the hall like a wooden statue. The next election is the Catania region. And Terry's words made Myron sit up straight. He knew that with Lysias' cautious character, he would not directly recommend himself, so he was curious who Lysias would recommend. But the first senator to stand up had nothing to do with Lysias. He was Alcibiades, the brother of Agnes, and a relative of the king of the Devers. Although he had such a special status, he had not held any position in the kingdom's politics. But his business was growing, and he had become a famous businessman in the kingdom. It was because of his special relationship with the Devers that he rarely participated in the election of the town governor, and the few times he did participate were related to Phaedon. So when he stood up, the senators could guess who he was going to recommend. Today, Alcibiades was not as proud as he used to be, and his actions were even a little wretched. He was trying to avoid the Devers' eyes. Ever since the Ministry of Military Affairs conveyed the words of the Devers to him, he immediately realized that he had crossed the line with the Devers, and was terrified. He had asked his sister several times to explain to the Devers, but the Devers had not agreed to meet him. This time, he attended the Senate meeting for 2 reasons. One was for his good friend, and the other was to find a chance to meet the Devers. But when he stood up and saw the expressionless Devers in front of him, he could not help but panic. I recommend Phaedon. As the current governor of Catania, not only did Lord Phaedon quickly restore the devastated Catania to prosperity, he also actively helped the tribes of Siccar near the western edge of the Catania plains, helping the Sicilian mountain people who had gone through the flames of war and had no choice but to join the kingdom through difficult times. In the end, many tribes took the initiative to walk out of the mountains and accept Phaedon's jurisdiction. It seemed like that sentence had quite an effect. Divers could, of course, hear the panic in Alcibides's heart from his slightly trembling voice. Chapter 1104. Previously, Agnes had defended Alcibiades, saying that he was surprised by his nephew's intelligence and could not help but want to show it off to others. That was why he was so flamboyant, but other than that, he did not have any other intentions. However, the Devers did not really believe these words, because it did not explain why he wanted to invite Plato to a banquet. Was it not because he knew that Plato was on good terms with them, and that Plato strongly advocated the philosophy of the king, so he wanted to use him to influence them? As they had read too much about the history of the struggle for royal power in their previous life, the Devers were not afraid to speculate about this matter with the worst of intentions. Perhaps in the past, Alcibiades had indeed put all his interest and energy into business, and had no interest in politics or power. However, he had now become a big merchant, and his wealth was comparable to that of a country, so it was inevitable that he would have some other thoughts. After all, he was the son of the shrewd Adilicus, so there was bound to be some inheritance. Therefore, the Devers decided to ignore this relative for the time being, and would continue to reduce the orders for his shipyards until he remembered this lesson. Although they had opinions about Alcibiades, it did not affect the Devers' admiration for the candidate he recommended. The first impression that the Devers had of Phaedon was that he was fearless when facing Dionysius's army, courageous in battle, and indomitable. After Phaedon joined Ionia and participated in the kingdom assembly, the Senate held a meeting to elect the chief executive of the town. The Lygemian hero, who was very interested in Dionia's unique system of government, did something that shocked everyone present. Not only did he volunteer to participate in the election, but he insisted on doing so even after the chairman tried to dissuade him out of goodwill. His reason was that he was good at grasping Dionia's laws and political system in practice. This slightly angered the chairman and the elders. With the mentality of teaching him a lesson, and at the same time to ensure the stability of the kingdom's political situation, they simply elected him as the chief executive of Amendalar, and at the same time, provided him with 2 experienced administrative assistants. In the beginning, Phaedon encountered a lot of trouble in his first period of office. He was not familiar with government affairs, the officials were not willing to cooperate, the people protested daily, and the entire town's administrative affairs were almost at a standstill. The Senate was ready to remove him from office at any time. However, Phaedon was not intimidated by the difficulties. Full of energy, he seized the time to learn Dionia's laws and system at night. During the day, he ignored his status and humbly consulted his subordinate. Not only was he able to accept the people's protests, he even personally went to the places to investigate and study. Gradually, his positive attitude influenced the officials, and the people also moved the people. The officials began to cooperate, the people complained less, and the government gradually got on the right track. 4 months later, Amendalara's government affairs returned to normal. A year later, Phaedon was able to handle the town affairs like a veteran who had served as a governor for many years. However, his hands-on and inquisitive style had not changed. Although Amendalara was a very stable town, it was not easy to manage it well. But after 3 years, most of the people here unanimously declared that Phaedon was the best governor they had ever met. That was already amazing. When they thought about Phaedon's experience in the kingdom's administration, they were even more astonished. Some of the chairmen even had the thought that perhaps Amendalar should be governed by inexperienced elders. Perhaps only they could maintain their humility toward government affairs and have the patience to satisfy the demands of the picky citizens of Amendalar. That was why the Senate chose Publius to take over the position of Amendalara's chief executive. Phaedon's outstanding performance also aroused the curiosity of the Devers. In order to see how capable this elder was, they secretly ordered him to be the chief executive of Naxos. That time, there were fewer people who opposed the election. Judging from the current situation, Phaedon's governance was still outstanding, especially the series of measures taken against the Sikar tribe west of Mount Etna. Strictly speaking, this was not under the jurisdiction of the chief executive of Naxos, but he was brave enough to take responsibility and was not afraid of trouble. He decisively took over the matter, and the final results were good. This proactive style of doing things was what the Devers admired the most. It was also a good quality that a chief executive of a region should have. At that moment, the Devers looked at Phaedon in the middle of the hall. His sculpture-like face was covered with pitted, weather-beaten skin. He looked extremely cold, but also as calm as an old official. In fact, he was not even 50 years old, and he had only been a chief executive of the kingdom for 6 years. He had been a chief executive of a town for almost 6 years, and his resume was enough to show disdain for others. What the Devers did not understand was that Phaedon was tough, and Alcibiades was flexible. Their personalities were not compatible, but they still got along well. Perhaps it was because they were both from Lygum, or perhaps they had worked together to quell the chaos in Lygum, and thus formed a friendship. Or perhaps it was because their personalities complemented each other, but in any case, with the support of Alcibiades was a relative of the royal family after all, and he had some supporters in the Senate. The other elders would not want to have a conflict with him unless it involved great interests, and with Phaedon's own ability, he believed that he could win a lot of support. Moreover, Phaedon had fought side by side with the generals of Dionia in the war against Italy, and he had made a good friend. He believed that his odds of winning were very high. As long as he did not do something illegal with Alcibiades in the future, the Devers were willing to give these excellent administrative talents a bigger stage to make full use of their abilities. After Alcibiades sat down, another elder stood up and said, "I recommend Myron." So, it was Phrynius from Kyrenia? Myron was not surprised at the recommendation. After all, Kyrenia used to be a member of the Crotone alliance. Lucius was familiar with the leaders of Kyrenia before, and after he joined Dionia, he strengthened his relationship with these elders from the former Crotone alliance, but it was a pity that it was difficult to unite them into another major faction in the Senate. The reason was simple: 3 of the 5 rotating presidents were from the former Crotone alliance. Although Cypros had a good relationship with many people, he had never been too close to anyone in private, nor did he form a faction. Antares and Lucius did not get along well. Therefore, the Clotho faction, which Lucius had hoped to form the most powerful faction in the Senate of the kingdom, was still a bubble. The land of Catania was vast, and had a large population. Agriculture, commerce, forestry, and animal husbandry were all relatively prosperous. Therefore, there were many competitors, and the arguments between them were more intense. Myron's long tenure in the Catania region was pointed out. Phaedon was also questioned about his short time as the town's governor and his lack of experience. He was questioned if he could govern such an important region well. There were also candidates who were directly exposed for the mistakes in their resumes, and so on. Arguments were everywhere in the meeting hall. Usually, it was time for the ceremonial officer to play his role. He would stop the emotional elders from speaking insulting words, and he would also warn those who stood up and spoke against the order of the speech. In short, they were trying their best to maintain the order of the meeting hall and prevent this sacred place from turning into a noisy market of verbal abuse. The heated arguments in the meeting hall could not change the elders who already had a candidate to support, but it could influence the elders who were still neutral. This was also what the Devers hoped to see. In such a competitive situation, the elders who were mediocre and did not have any achievements in the past did not dare to stand up for election. This was to avoid being criticized by the others, which would lead to embarrassment and embarrassment. Only in this way could the elected governor be at least above average. The final result of the election was, Phaedon won. As Myron applauded and congratulated Phaedon, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. Although the election was going as Lucius expected, he also felt nervous when he saw how fierce the competition was. The next election is for the Syracuse region. The name Syracuse alone was enough to attract many elders to participate in the election, but when the ceremonial officer called out Felicius' name, everyone's heart tightened. The people from the army were finally going to make their move. "I recommend Lord Adrianx." Felicius only said this one sentence before he stopped, because he thought that Adrianx's political achievements were already widely known, and he did not need to say more. However, he gave many elders the impression that the people from the army were indeed domineering. His recommendation scared off some of the candidates, but it also aroused the dissatisfaction of others. Therefore, there were also a few people who participated in the election. The debate was still intense, but the final result was still, Adrianx won with a high number of votes. It was proven that, as one of the founders of Dionia and another important faction in the Senate, although the army did not usually take the initiative to speak up in meetings, once they got serious, they could influence the direction of the meeting. The next election is for the south coast of Sicily. And Terry's words made the Devers pay a little more attention, because he originally had his eyes on Amicles, but now that Amicles had become the governor of the Strait of Messina, he wanted to see what kind of candidate the elders would recommend. Unexpectedly, the first name that the ceremonial officer called out surprised him. Lord Amyntas. Amyntas stood up abruptly. His two sharp eyes swept over the elders who were whispering to each other, and his voice was loud enough to drown out the noise in the meeting hall. I recommend Agathia. He once followed His Majesty on an expedition to Persia, and was also a founding elder when Dionia was first established. He is fully qualified to be the regional governor. Chapter 1105. Amyntas' reason was simple and crude: to compete in seniority. The reason why the Devers were surprised was that, if this was a joint decision of the military elders, someone would have told them beforehand. Since there was no one, it could be a personal decision of Amyntas. Could it be that Amyntas, who had never been interested in Senate meetings, wanted to develop his career in the Senate after retiring from active military service? Of course, Agathia and Amyntas were good friends when they were on the expedition to Persia. They had been in close contact all these years. It was understandable that Amyntas wanted to help his friend. However, there were many mercenaries who turned to politics. Helos, Capys, Cesta, Adrianx. Agathia was one of the more inconspicuous ones. He had been the chief executive of a town many times over the years, but he had always followed the rules and did not have any outstanding achievements. Therefore, the Devers did not think that he could govern the war-ravaged area well and lead the people of the south coast of Sicily and the Sicyer people out of the post-war predicament as soon as possible. Of course, nothing was absolute. After all, Agathia was an old subordinate of the Devers. He had always been diligent in completing the tasks assigned to him. Therefore, the Devers did not intend to stop him. However, if Amyntas thought that the military elders and other elders who were on good terms with him would support him, it would be a big mistake. The kingdom of Dionia had been established for almost 20 years. There were nearly 100 military elders, each with their own interests and aspirations. It was no longer the time when the mercenary elders could respond to a single call. Even the navy, which had the least number of elders, could not be completely united. Sometimes they would even be divided into two factions, the Seclian and the Middleades, not to mention the army, which had a large number of people. Rising stars with outstanding military achievements like Prososus and Printos would not mingle with the mercenary elders at all. New elders like Patroclus and Sextus would not listen to the elders. Generals from other regions like Lazaru and Eurasa also had their own aspirations. Even the mercenary elders themselves were not monolithic. There were differences in the military headquarters and the generals of the various legions, as well as differences in personality and style of doing things, such as Alexis and Amyntas. This was what the Devers hoped for. Only he could unite the military elders. If they could not unite themselves, then the Devers would be worried. The second person to stand up was Saru, who was still recommended by him, Hegesidas. The Devers recognized Hegesidas' ability. However, did Saru have the confidence to recommend Hegesidas at this time? Did he have the confidence to win against the military elders? Or could it be that Sidorum, who was behind him, had seen through Amyntas' act and thought that the south coast of Sicily was small and sparsely populated? Furthermore, it involved complicated issues such as post-war reconstruction and the integration of the Sicyer people in the mountains. Therefore, the competition would not be too fierce? The Devers glanced at Sidorum, who was sitting in the front row of the meeting hall. This old fellow was quite smart. He knew how to bully the weak. However, would things really go as he wished? The Devers leaned back on their seats and watched quietly with interest. As expected, there were only a few people who recommended Hegesidas. However, just as the ceremonial officer was about to announce the start of the voting, a shout came from behind him. "Wait, I also have a candidate to recommend." There was an uproar in the meeting hall. Antares stood up and said confidently, The law does not stipulate that the rotating chairman of the meeting does not have the right to vote. Oh, this is interesting. The Devers stroked his chin and guessed the candidate Antares was going to recommend. They were ready to watch a good show. Antares cleared his throat, straightened his chest, and said loudly, "The person I want to recommend is Creru." Creru, who was sitting in the meeting hall, was stunned when he heard this. He did not discuss this with Antares beforehand and did not expect the rotating chairman to recommend him. Originally, he was a little interested in the position of the chief executive of the south coast of Sicily and was even prepared to recommend himself. However, when he saw that both Amintas and Saru had recommended candidates, he felt that his chances of winning were not high. Hence, he chose to give up. He did not expect things to take a turn. Lord Creru's first time as the chief executive of a town was in Napotitia. After that, he has been in the Sicilian mountains for 4 years. His political achievements have been rather outstanding and he has won the trust of the Sicilian people. We all know that the territory of the south coast of Sicily is mostly in the mountains, and the majority of the population is the Sicilian people. If we can solve the problem of the Sicilian people, the problem of the south coast of Sicily will be solved easily. Creru is the best candidate. The Devers nodded secretly. He thought that what Antares said made sense. To be honest, he had really forgotten about Creru. Sidorum was a little restless. First it was Briru and now it was Creru. One after another, the Abyssinia people embarrassed him and made the other senators laugh at him. Although Abyssinia had long belonged to the Turii, they were still the Bruttii people. In the past, Creru loved to be close to Bagalipi and did not have much contact with him. But now, he was the leader of the Bruttii people and the rotating chairman of the Senate. If he wanted to participate in the election, why didn't he tell him? Why did he let this guy interfere? Sidorum looked at Antares, who was standing behind the podium, and felt a little depressed. Antares did things according to his own preferences. He could refute someone in the meeting hall in front of the many senators, and he could also recommend that person if he felt that the person was suitable during the election of the town's chief executive. Although he did not have any faction, many senators still recognized him as the rotating chairman. With his recommendation, Hesytus might not necessarily win. Just when Sidorum was feeling depressed, the debate in the meeting hall had already begun. Creru first stayed in Hina for 4 years and then in Enna for 4 years. He has stayed in the same area for 8 years. This is beyond the time limit. He should not participate in the election of the chief executive of the southern region of Sicily. You have to understand that in the last regional administrative plan made by His Majesty, Hina was assigned to the Catania region. So there is no problem that you said. The southern region of Sicily has mountains and many coastal towns. Sir Creru's previous experience has been in the mountains, so he obviously lacks experience in governing coastal towns. As a senator of the kingdom, you don't even know the geography of the kingdom. I really feel ashamed for you. Isn't Napitia a coastal town? It was during Creru's reign that Napitia's port was expanded, and the sea trade was also developed. From this we can see that he has experience in governing coastal towns. Antares refuted all the senators who raised their opinions until they were speechless. This also helped Creru to be elected. Of course, this also had to do with Brera's good performance in the Western Mediterranean War. Not only did he cooperate well with Alexis, Lazuru Epitines, and other generals, he also actively cooperated with Cypros, Myron, and Adrianx to reorganize and govern the Sicilian people. These senators not only voted for him, but also led others to support him. When the results were announced, Creru was both surprised and happy. His expression was a little funny, but this result was mainly due to his own hard work. Amintas was a little annoyed, but Agathia was a little indifferent. He used to be a penniless mercenary, but now he was a respected senator of the kingdom, governing a town with thousands or even tens of thousands of people. His power was even greater than the chief general of a city. He was already very satisfied. Of course, this also had to do with his old age. His energy had decreased, and his desire to enjoy life was getting stronger. Hephaestus was depressed that he had lost again, but the election continued. The next region to be elected is the Downy region. Finally, it was Greece's turn. The senators sat up straight again. The first to stand up was the commander of the 4th Cavalry Legion, Plegulus. I recommend Torlex. Plegulus was a Masapi. He did not recommend the leader of his own race, Aparotia, but he recommended the leader of the Pucheti tribe. However, this was not surprising, because everyone knew that he did not get along with Aparotia. The reason was simple. When the Dionysian army attacked the Masapi territory, Aparotia, the leader of the Udii tribe, was the first to lead his people to surrender. This led to many Masapi tribes learning from him, and the conquest of the entire Masapi became much easier. At that time, Plegulus, who was still stubbornly resisting, hated Aparotia. Even after more than 10 years had passed, and the two were now colleagues of the kingdom, this resentment had not completely disappeared. Therefore, Plegulus was unwilling to interact with the Masapi senators led by Aparotia, and was more willing to interact with the Pucheti people, who were once of the same race. Of course, most of the senators did not care about the grievances between Plegulus and Aparotia. They were concerned about the recommended Torlex. He had served as the town's governor for several terms, and his performance was average. He did not have amazing political achievements, but he had a good son-in-law, Marcellus Adorus, who used to be called Devers. Adorus. He was the adopted son of the king of Devers. It was said that the king was very concerned about this adopted son, and he was about to be promoted to a captain at a young age. In the past, the senators had taken Torlex's special identity into account and tried to make things convenient for him as long as there was no conflict of interest. At this time, they all subconsciously looked at the king of Devers in the center of the hall. Chapter 1106. However, the Devers' calm expression did not reveal any of it. Just as some senators were considering whether to support Torlex, another person stood up and said, "The person I recommend is Antrapolis." There was a commotion in the hall. Both the person who recommended and the person who was recommended surprised them. Antonios, the former viceroy of the Downy War and the newly appointed governor of the western region of Sicily. Although he was once demoted due to the Laodicean incident, he rose again very quickly, and his influence in the kingdom's political arena was still huge. Antrapolis, an elder who switched from the intelligence department to the political arena. It was precisely because of this special identity that many senators kept a respectful distance from him. Lord Antrapolis responded to His Majesty's call and resolutely went to the Latin region. Antonio's tone was a little familiar, and Lucius subconsciously looked at the Devers again. After assisting the assists to stabilize the order in Rome, Lord Antrapolis resolutely asked His Majesty to be the governor of Saturnicum City. What a courageous act! All of you should know that Saturnicum City had a plague during the war. It hasn't even been half a year, and Antrapolis bravely took up the heavy burden of rebuilding Saturnicum City without the slightest fear of the risk of being infected by the plague. In the past 20 years of the kingdom, no other senator has done such a crazy but admirable thing. Only Antrapolis. And 5 years have passed, and under his rule, not only has Saturnicum been rebuilt, it has also become more prosperous than before. Therefore, I believe that Lord Antrapolis is the most qualified to be the governor of the Downy region. After Antonios finished speaking, the hall that had been filled with incessant discussions suddenly became quiet for a moment. Then, Priest Hades' scepter Priest Plazinas took the lead to applaud, and gradually, the entire hall was filled with applause. Antrapolis had no choice but to stand up with a humble expression and bow to the people around him to express his gratitude. Antonios looked at the elders who were applauding and sneered in his heart. Some of you might think that I'm recommending Antrapolis because he helped me during the conquest of Syracuse, and now I'm returning his favor. You're wrong. I'm just carrying out His Majesty's order. What a bunch of fools. Did they really believe what His Majesty said? You can decide the election by yourselves, and I won't interfere? In fact, he has been controlling the entire election since this morning. He just didn't use Marigi and Plazinas, whom you're familiar with. Thinking about it, Antonios couldn't help but look at Devers, but after meeting Devers's deep gaze, he quickly looked away. To be honest, if he used to admire Devers's leadership ability and long-term vision, he had been completely subdued by His Majesty's terrifying political control over the past few years. Antrapolis' mind was recalling what his brother, Aristyras, had said to him a few days ago. You don't have to worry about no one supporting you during the election. His Majesty won't forget those who contributed greatly to the kingdom during the most difficult times. He will never let these important positions be occupied by those who don't contribute during crucial times and only come to pluck the apple after the event. My brother is right. I have a high chance of becoming the chief executive of the Downey region. Antrapolis was ecstatic. He had decided to accept Antonios's favor and completely erase the incident of him slapping him in the face back then. The truth proved that with the Devers's secret support, the election would be very smooth. Antrapolis was elected with a high vote. When he had to stand up again and thank the elders, he was very emotional. From today onwards, he was no longer the newcomer who had just entered the political arena and was despised by others, but an important minister of the kingdom. In order to achieve the goal he had promised, he had worked tirelessly and even took risks several times. Finally, he got what he wanted. The next election is the Puccetti region. Lord Ansitanos. The name that the ceremonial officer called out shocked everyone. They were all curious. This famous scholar of the kingdom and the highly respected foreign minister usually focused on foreign affairs and academic research, and rarely had close contact with other elders. Who would he recommend? I recommend Aparosia. Ansitanos stood up and said slowly, and then fell silent. The reason why Aparosia could become the leader of the Masapi elders was not only because he was the first to surrender to Dionia, but also because he was really capable, decisive, and good at judging the situation. He had served as the town's chief executive several times, and the Senate's evaluation of his performance was above good. But more importantly, he also had a good son-in-law, the court clerk Henneborus. When Henneborus joined Dionia, he had a dowry, Laus. Logically speaking, he should have a good future in the political arena of the kingdom, but he chose the humble position of the court clerk and held it for more than 10 years. Usually, he did not like to interact with other elders, except for his former subordinate Ariandos. But no elder dared to look down on him, because he was the confidant of the king of the Devers, and it was said that he could joke with the majestic king sitting in the center of the hall. Although Henneborus did not give much help to his father-in-law, this relationship alone gave Aparosia some prestige in the Senate. Except for the stubborn Pleclus, the other Masapi elders were willing to take him as their leader. And the person who could get Ansitanos to recommend Aparosia was naturally his student, Henneborus. When Hennepolis, who was sitting in the hall, felt Diver's gaze on him, he shrugged helplessly and thought to himself, if it wasn't for this damned old man who convinced my wife and kept muttering in my ear every day, annoying me to death, I wouldn't be willing to do this. You know, in order to get teacher Ansitanos to recommend me, I promised him that I would collect a lot of precious historical information for him. There were still a few elders who were competing for the position of the Puccetti region's governor, and they were not weak. But the person who recommended Aparosia was too special. Ansitanos did not form factions, but he was a good person and had a good reputation. He had a good relationship with the mercenary elders, Vespa, Hemont, Lysias, Sidorum, and other elders who had joined the kingdom a long time ago. They were naturally willing to give him face when there was no conflict of interest. In addition, Ansetanos could also influence a group of special elders, who were nicknamed the scholar-type elders, by the people of the kingdom, such as Mentatics, Martyres, Herpes, Stesicodas, Heraclides, and so on. They were actually not too interested in the election of the regional governor. If it wasn't because the meeting was too important and required them to attend, some of them would probably not have come. Sitting in the meeting hall, most of them did not have any inclination. They all voted based on the recommendation of the person who recommended them, the arguments on the field, and their personal likes and dislikes. Now that one of them, Scholar Ansetanos, was also recommending someone, they would definitely vote for the person he recommended. So the final result was that Aparosia was elected. Torlex was a little envious of this. They were both representatives of the same race, and both had a son-in-law who had a close relationship with the king. Obviously, Henoboris could give his father-in-law more help than Adoris. Besides, Adoris was a stubborn man and he changed his great name. It was not that Torlex did not ask his daughter to ask Adoris for help, but Adoris refused to beg his majesty and even reprimanded his wife. The next region to be elected is Masapi. Hearing this, Myron immediately became nervous. Then he heard the ceremonial officer shout, "Lord Lysias!" Myron was surprised. When the cautious Lysias discussed with him beforehand, he had decided that the other elders would nominate the two candidates in the meeting. But now he had changed his mind and was going to do it himself. The reason why Lysias changed his mind was that he found that the competition for the election had exceeded his expectations. Moreover, Cypros and Antalis had come out personally. If he did not use his prestige to personally recommend the candidate, it was very likely that he would fail miserably and cause Myron to lose the election. In fact, his hunch was not wrong. Myron could see the future potential of the Masapi region, and the other elders were not fools. One after another, Elder Tryphias of Heraclea, Elder Blamados of Trine, Elder Lartines of Elia became candidates. These elders had joined the kingdom at the same time as Myron, and were more senior. Hence, the competition was fierce. In the end, Myron was elected, and it had to be said that the personal recommendation of the rotating chairman, Lysias, played a big role in Myron's election. Following that, in the election for the chief executive of the Crotone region, Bucos once again recommended Myceps, and he was finally successful. Of course, the Lucanian faction and the Amendalara faction also played a part in this. In fact, Divers was very disgusted with the practice of forming factions and excluding the other senators. However, Vespa, Strompoli, and the others had followed Divers for many years and knew the king well. They did not dare to go too far, and each of them only recommended one person before stopping. Moreover, all the nominees were young and promising senators, so Divers turned a blind eye to it. During the election of the chief executive of the southern region of Magna Graecia, a name recommended by the elders also caught everyone's attention. He was also a relative of the king of the Devers and Princess Cynthia's father-in-law, Paliandalus. He had only been the chief executive of the town for 5 years. He was indeed diligent and down-to-earth, but he was far from being as outstanding as Phaedon. He knew that in his heart, so when someone mentioned his name, he hurriedly stood up, thanked the person for the recommendation, and then said that he had no intention of participating in the election. Chapter 1107. He was the only senator who voluntarily gave up the election. The Devers felt that his self-awareness was rare. In the end, Tryphias was elected. After that, Sesima was elected as the governor of the Bruttii region, Latines was elected as the governor of the Lucania municipality, and the most important region of the kingdom, the Turii region, was the last to be elected. Because the original Turii region had the nature of a region, the towns and cities under its jurisdiction occupied most of the newly divided Turii region. Under the suggestion of several chairmen, the Devers finally abolished the original administrative unit of the Turii region, and this was approved by the Senate, thus avoiding the conflict between the governor of the Turii region and the governor of the region. Originally, everyone thought that this would be the most intense election, so many powerful senators deliberately avoided it and went to compete for other regions. In the end, the ceremonial officer called out the first name, which made the hearts of the remaining senators who were interested in the election turn cold. Lady Alexis. Military Minister Alexis was also participating in the election, so it was very likely that he represented the opinion of the entire military faction. I elect Lord Helos. Alexis's voice was not heavy, but it was a heavy blow to those who were still hoping for a fluke. Both of them were mercenaries, both of them had contributed a lot to the kingdom, and both of them had served as military ministers. However, the difference between Xylos and Alexis was that Xylos also had great achievements in civil affairs. Even before the Western Mediterranean War, he had served as the governor of many towns. After he left his post as military minister, he went to the Samani Mountains and became the governor of Beneventum. Furthermore, his achievements were outstanding, and he was a rare all-rounder in both politics and military affairs. More importantly, during the expedition to Persia more than 20 years ago, he had a close relationship with the king of the Devers, and now he was one of the ministers that the Devers trusted. Therefore, the final round, which was originally thought to be the most competitive, was completely one-sided. Helos had already obtained more than 70% of the votes, and was successfully elected as the governor of the Turii region. When all the results were settled, the long meeting was finally coming to an end, but the senators were excited, disappointed, and so on as if they were not satisfied yet. The Devers kissed his throat and finally said, "Congratulations to the senators who have become the governor of the region. The efforts you have made in the past have been recognized by most of your colleagues today. However, the promotion will only bring temporary joy. What you will face will be a greater test. You will have to manage more towns and more citizens. The difficulties will undoubtedly be much greater. Some of the administrative experience you have gained in the past may not be suitable for the new government affairs. You will need to put in more effort. You will need to constantly practice and solve the difficulties to find an effective way to govern the region. You will need to use this experience as a reference for future generations. I also hope that you can make these regions more prosperous and live up to the recommendation and trust of the other senators. As for the senators who aspire to become one of them in the future, I hope that you will continue to work hard and get more achievements to win the recognition of your colleagues and me. I believe that you will eventually be like them, and become a regional governor or an important minister of the kingdom. Because the kingdom has a vast land and a large population, it needs more excellent administrative talents to manage this great country that is still expanding. You are the elites of the kingdom, and you must bear this heavy responsibility." The words of the Devers dispelled the disappointment in the hearts of many senators, and also ignited the hope in the hearts of more senators. In the warm applause, the meeting came to an end. A few days later, the elected regional governors went to the areas they were responsible for. As the first regional governors of the kingdom, the first thing they had to do was to select suitable officials according to the framework of the regional administration established by the Administrative Office of the Kingdom, to enrich the entire administrative organization. Half a month after the new Immigration Act was announced, the recruitment of the Border Guard Corps also began. Seeing that things could not be changed, the free people in the kingdom began to make choices for their future. In the end, many young free people came to Turii, and according to the requirements of the announcement, they flocked to the Turii barracks, ready to pass the registration and selection to become mercenaries of the Kingdom of Dionia. At the same time, the two newly promoted corps commanders also went to their new stations. Patroclus went north to Rome to take over the 14th Legion and replace Printos. Printos also had outstanding achievements in the war in the Western Mediterranean, so the Devers wanted to put him in an important position. However, considering that he came from the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade and was later directly transferred to the General Staff Office, he lacked further familiarity with the affairs of the Corps and had served in the Corps. In order to avoid being criticized in the future after the war, he was specially sent to form a new corps in the Latin region. After a few years, his performance was satisfactory, and the Devers thought that it was time to transfer him back to take over the work of the General Staff Office of the Ministry of Military Affairs. Sextus took a ship to the south of Iberia to take over the 18th Legion and replace Chalcidas. After the war in the western Mediterranean, Chalcidas, who was once the first captain of the 8th Legion, was promoted to corps commander because of his contributions in defending Selinus. However, he was too inexperienced, and in order not to let his colleagues gossip, under the suggestion of the Devers, he took the initiative to apply to form the 18th Legion in the south of Iberia. This was indeed the most bitter, tiring, and troublesome task. At that time, the kingdom of Dionia was still unable to completely control the south of Iberia. Most of the territory was still governed by the members of the Maganid family, and the people under the jurisdiction were either Phoenicians, Carthage, or Iberian natives. There were very few immigrants from Dionia, so after Chalcidas arrived, he was restricted a lot. However, he still overcame many difficulties, and after a few years of hard work, he built the Iberian barracks, formed the 18th Legion, and tried his best to train the citizens there in accordance with the requirements of the military law. However, Chalcidas was obviously unable to command them as well as the other legions. Coupled with the lack of cooperation from many local officials, the 18th Legion was not very effective in defending against the invasion of the Iberian natives. Now that Bagul had become the new regional commander, he would strengthen the management of the territory and eliminate those unqualified officials. Moreover, the southern region of Iberia would also have an additional border legion. The 18th Legion, which had always been in a defensive position, finally had a good opportunity to counterattack. Unfortunately, at this time, Chalcidas was transferred back to Thurii, which would perhaps become a great regret for him. Not long after, the Ministry of Military Affairs also announced the names of the commanders of the two border legions that were being formed that the generals had been looking forward to for a long time. One was Stephos, who was a captain in the Western Mediterranean War, but his achievements were not as dazzling as his good friend Patroclus, so he was promoted 2 years late. However, because there was no vacant position, he had been in charge of training team officers in the Thurii barrack. Now, the vacancy had finally arrived. Although in the eyes of many Dionia generals, the soldiers of the border legions were all made up of free people and seemed to be a level lower than the existing legions, according to the regulations of the Ministry of Military Affairs, the ranks of the commanders and team officers were the same as those of the other legions. At this stage, they were all held by the regular officers of the kingdom. Squad leaders were not considered officers. The name of the other commander surprised the generals. Hasdrubal, a member of the Maganid family who had once fought against the main force of the Dionysian army in the Western Mediterranean War. Why is it him? Many of the generals were puzzled, and some even quietly went to the Ministry of Military Affairs to ask. The public reason was that Hasdrubal was a senator of the kingdom, and also a high-ranking officer of the kingdom. After the southern part of Iberia was incorporated into the kingdom of Dionia, the Iberian army originally commanded by Mago was ordered to be disbanded, but considering Hasdrubal's prestige among the local people, and to make it easier to form a new legion in Iberia, the Devers specially created a high-ranking military position for him, the military training officer of the southern part of Iberia. In fact, they hoped that he would be able to call on the local people to actively participate in military training, and the real specific matters would be done by a group of military training officers under him. However, Hasdrubal obviously did not care about this position. The double blow of defeat and surrender, as well as the inability to grasp real military power, made him decadent for several years, but this military position has never been removed for him. At the same time, he had followed Mago to fight in Iberia for 10 years, and had a wealth of combat experience fighting the fierce natives in the mountains. This was precisely what he needed to rely on in the upcoming border defense operations. The real reason why the Devers appointed him as the commander of the border army was that after Hakar, Hasdrubal, and several other important members of the Maganid family were transferred from the southern part of Iberia, the kingdom would then focus on the reorganization of the region that had not yet been fully brought under its rule, not only in terms of civil affairs but also in the military. Therefore, by making Hasdrubal the commander of the kingdom's army, he would be willing to serve the kingdom, and use his influence to weaken the hostility of the former officers and soldiers of the Iberian army living in that region towards the kingdom, giving them hope again, and thus ensuring the stability of the region. Of course, Hasdrubal was indeed a military talent, and this was also an important reason why the Devers were willing to use him again. However, Hasdrubal was not familiar with the military system and tactics of Daionia. He still had to deeply participate in the recruitment and training of the free people, and thus truly become the commander of the Daionia kingdom's army. After that night's banquet, in the open conversation between him and the Devers, he finally seriously expressed his willingness to work in this area. Chapter 1108. In the Western Mediterranean War, the Dionysian army's ferocity in defending the city gave Hasdrubal a lot of trouble. In the frontal battle, they only fought once, and the Daionia coalition army led by Leotychides was defeated. However, on the right flank of the real legion of Dionysia, Hasdrubal's Fenu infantry, which he relied heavily on, were beaten back. This made him very interested in the legion of Dionysia. The Ministry of Military Affairs was busy building the border army, and the Ministry of Finance was also busy. The new tax act had been announced, and it was gradually accepted by the people of the kingdom. Although there were still a few months before the national direct tax was imposed, the new Minister of Finance, Archipedes, had begun to urge the tax offices of the towns to estimate the income of the people under their jurisdiction in advance, and then calculate the possible total tax according to the new tax rate. Based on this figure, a new financial distribution plan was drawn up and submitted to the King of Devers for reference. The new Immigration Act, the new Tax Act, the formation of new armies, the establishment of new administrative divisions. A series of new measures were being implemented in an orderly manner. It meant that the development of the kingdom had entered a new track. The kingdom's governance was more efficient, its finances were richer, and its military security was more guaranteed. It was also in this year that the war in Greece entered a new stage. After the Battle of Teixia, the Thebes became famous. They seized the opportunity to drive away the garrisons of Sparta around the Thebes, and gradually united the neighboring cities of Piotia, which further strengthened their strength. They also sent troops to occupy the northern area of Corinth Bay and the southern area of Piotia, which supported the Sparta's support, so that they could prevent the Sparta from landing there again and directly threaten the safety of the Thebes from the south. After receiving this news, Sparta had no choice but to send King Cleombrotus to lead an army to cross the Corinth Bay by boat to help the Thebes to repel the invading army of Thebes. Just as the two sides began a new round of battle, an emissary from the city-state of Thessaly, Pharthrus, arrived in Sparta. The messenger's name was Polydamas, and he had a high prestige in the city of Pharsalus. Whenever Pharsalus fell into internal strife, the people would unanimously agree to let him manage the citadel and entrust him with the financial revenue and expenditure of the city-state. Whether it was religious affairs or administrative revenues and expenditures, he could act in accordance with the law and arrange everything in an orderly manner. At the end of every year, he would submit a detailed account of the city's finances. If there was a deficit, he would pay out of his own pocket to make up for it. Therefore, not only was he respected by the people of Pharsalus, but he also enjoyed a great reputation throughout Thessaly. Naturally, when such a person came to Sparta, he was given a grand reception by the Council of Elders, who granted his request and held a special meeting for him. And in this meeting, Polydamas mentioned one thing. Thessaly was located in the north of central Greece. The northern part was separated from the territory of Macedonia by mountains. The kingdom of Zeus, the Greek-revered Mount Olympus, was located in it. The western part was bordered by the mountains of Epirus, the eastern part was bordered by the Aegean Sea, and the southern part was bordered by the Mare region. Hot Springs Pass was one of them. Geographically, Thessaly was surrounded by mountains. Countless streams flowed down from the mountains, converging into many rivers, carrying the soil in the valleys and alluvial into fertile plains. Therefore, it supported a large population. In addition to the developed agriculture, the many sloping hillsides of Thessaly provided natural high-quality grasslands for raising horses, and the plains at the foot of the mountains provided a vast open space for horses to gallop. Therefore, Thessaly was famous throughout Greece for its horses and cavalry. Note: in history, Alexander the Great's famous war horse Bucephalus came from Macedonia. Most of the 5,000 cavalry that he brought to Persia also came from Thessaly. Although Thessaly had such a good geographical condition, there were many conflicts between the city-states of Thessaly, and there were endless wars. Therefore, it had never become an important force in the whole of Greece. However, this divided situation began to change in recent years. Philai was the only city-state that had a prosperous port trade in the territory of Thessaly. In addition to its developed agriculture, it was also the wealthiest city-state in the whole of Thessaly. There was a citizen in the city-state of Philai named Iason. His father gave him the name of an ancient hero when he was born. Iason was the main character in the legend of the Golden Fleece, hoping that he would be successful when he grew up. Iason did not let his father down. After he grew up, he used various means and finally became the overlord of Philai. However, he was not satisfied. He used the wealth of Philai to recruit 6,000 mercenaries and gave them strict training. He gave generous rewards to the soldiers who performed bravely in battle, and gave good care and treatment to the injured soldiers. If they died in battle, he would arrange a grand funeral for them. Therefore, the mercenaries were loyal to him and were willing to fight to the death for him. The cavalry of Thessaly was well known, and the heavy infantry here was also quite famous. They were all in his newly formed team. However, Iason still felt unsatisfied. Over the years, he had paid attention to the Greek war in the south of Thessaly, which made him realize the importance of the light shield soldiers. Iphitrax, the general of Athens, was good at commanding the light shield soldiers in Thessaly and had made many achievements. The mountains around Thessaly were also rich in excellent light shield soldiers. Therefore, he commanded this well-trained and brave army to conquer the Malachi, the Donopus, the Race in the mountains north of Thessaly, and the Epirus in the mountains northwest of Thessaly, thus strengthening his mercenary team. Under his powerful rule, the strength of Philai grew stronger day by day. Taking advantage of the fact that the Greek overlord, Sparta, was busy dealing with the war between the Thebes and Athens and could not focus on the north, he forced several northern city-states of Thessaly, such as Larissa and Cronon, near Philai, to surrender to him. Then, he set his sights on Pharsalus. Pharsalus was located in the center of the Thessaly region. It had always been a powerful state in this region. Many Thessaly city-states looked up to it. If he conquered it, he would be able to unify the entire Thessaly region more smoothly. Therefore, Iason led tens of thousands of troops and marched towards Pharsalus in the south. Pharsalus also hurriedly summoned other allied armies to fight against the invading enemy. After winning the first battle, Iason did not immediately launch an attack on the city of Pharsalus. Instead, he sent messengers into the city to persuade them to surrender. He also specifically found Bordamas, who was the commander of the allied forces at that time, and brought him a letter personally written by Iason. In the letter, Iason told Bordamas straightforwardly that with the powerful force in his hands, he could completely annihilate Pharsalus and its allies in one fell swoop. The reason why he did not do so was that he hoped that the city-states of Thessaly, led by Pharsalus, would be willing to join the Thessaly alliance that he had established, so that they would not be ready to conspire and rebel, but would do their best to jointly safeguard the interests of the alliance. He also hoped that Bordamas would do his best to assist him and help him become the Tagus of all the people of Thessaly, Thessaly's name for the Overlord of Thessaly. He would also give Bordamas a generous reward, so that Bordamas would be above everyone else. In the letter, he also showed Bordamas his ambition. As long as Thessaly was under the rule of a Tagus, the many years of war would be quelled. There would be sufficient food, a large population, well-trained mercenaries, so that he could send an army of 6,000 cavalry and more than 10,000 heavy infantry at any time. He could form an alliance with the city-states of Pyotia headed by the Thebes in the south. If he could liberate them from the control of the Sparta, they would definitely listen to him. At the same time, he could also control Macedonia in the north, because it was here that the people of Athens obtained the wood for shipbuilding. With this, he could build ships far more than those of the Greek city-states in the south, forming a powerful fleet. And his real goal was not the barren land in the south, nor the tiny islands in the Aegean Sea, but Persia on the vast continent in the east. Since the Greek mercenaries in the past and the army of Agesilaus later could kill their way in and out of Persia, and he had a stronger army, he had full confidence to conquer the kingdom of Persia and obtain unprecedented glory and wealth. Polydamas was astonished by the ambition which he expressed in his letter. After Bordamas calmed down, he wrote a letter back to Iazon. He thought that the issues mentioned in Iazon's letter were indeed worthy of his consideration, but Pharsalus and other originally allies of Sparta, after Sparta helped the king of Thessaly defeat the Chalcidian alliance, it increased its influence in central and northern Greece. Pharsalus and many other Thessaly city-states also formed an alliance with Sparta. Without any excuse, it was immoral to break away from the alliance and turn to their enemies, and this would not be blessed by the gods. Iazon quickly gave a reply. In the letter, he praised Bordamas greatly, saying that he was a man who kept his promises, and such a person was more trustworthy. He also suggested that Bordamas could send an envoy to Sparta and ask for help from Sparta. At the end of the letter, he said very confidently, "If the gods allow you to persuade Sparta to send an army strong enough to fight me, then I can only wait and see and accept any consequences of this war. But if they can't provide you with enough help, then you'd better do as I asked before. The whole of Thessaly will be united under me, a new Tarchus." Chapter 1109. In order to show his sincerity, Iazon also stopped the siege and led the army back to Phyllis. The Phasaelis were faced with a difficult choice. In the end, they decided to make a final effort and send Bordamas to Sparta for help. At the Sparta Council of Elders, Bordamas told the Sparta elders and prosecutors everything in detail. He also reminded them, "If you Sparta decide to rescue our Thessaly, it is best to send your most elite troops. If you only send an army commanded by ordinary officers and composed mainly of released Herods to the north, then it is best not to act rashly. Because Iazon not only has a strong army, but he himself is also a smart, capable, and far-sighted general. The battle he commanded has never failed, so he will be a strong enemy of Sparta." After Bordamas' speech ended, the Sparta people did not immediately make a decision on it, but they obviously attached great importance to it. They sent people to Thessaly to understand the situation, and at the same time, conducted a serious count of the number of troops sent overseas. In the end, the Council of Elders gave Bordamas a clear answer: "Dear Bordamas, the main forces of our Sparta are either at war with the Athens navy or with the Thebes, so for the time being, we cannot provide enough reinforcements to Phasaelis. However, we hope that the Thessaly alliance led by Phasaelis will not easily surrender to Iazon. As long as you can resist the invasion of the Phyllis army, when our war with the Thebes is over, we will immediately send strong reinforcements to support you. When Boradamas came to Sparta and saw that there were few people in its territory, he had some expectations in his heart. So after receiving the confirmation from the Council of Elders, he did not show any negative emotions such as surprise or disappointment. He calmly thanked the Sparta people for their frankness and then set off for his home country. As soon as he returned to Phaselis, he asked for an immediate citizens' meeting and told everyone about Sparta's decision. The disappointed and frustrated citizens of Pharsalus finally made a decision after a heated discussion. Polydamas once again went to Philai as an emissary to meet Iazon. He stated to him, as long as Iazon promises not to harm the people of Pharsaris, not to invade the land of Pharsaris, and not to destroy the citadel of Pharsaris, the people of Pharsaris are willing to become sincere allies of Iazon and help him establish the rule of Tarchus. Iazon was overjoyed after hearing this and immediately made an oath of alliance with Boradamas. Later, Boradamas even sent his son to Iazon as a hostage. It did not take long for the people of Pharsaris, led by Boradamas, to convince the allies who were close to them. In the spring of 374 BC, the 19th year of the kingdom of Dionia, the emissaries of the Thessaly city-states gathered in Pharsaris and jointly elected Iazon as the Tarchus of the Thessaly people. After Iazon became Tarchus, he began to unify the city-states of Thessaly. While promising not to interfere with the internal affairs of the other city-states, he also formulated a new Tarchus law. No war was allowed between the city-states, and conflicts and disputes had to be settled by him. No city-state was allowed to sign any agreement or join any alliance with other city-states, and all foreign affairs were decided by him. Each city-state had to pay tribute on time every year, and the amount of tribute would be decided by him according to the financial resources of each city-state. Each city-state had to provide a certain number of cavalry and heavy infantry, and the specific amount would be decided by him according to the strength of each city-state. During peacetime, he would train these soldiers regularly and lead them into battle during times of war. In addition, he also adopted Boradamas's opinion and unified and reduced the commercial taxes between the city-states, allowing the free flow of goods. This greatly strengthened the economic ties between the city-states of Thessaly and allowed the inland trade to gradually become prosperous. By the end of the year, Iazon had obtained more than 8,000 cavalry and heavy infantry from the entire territory of Thessaly, numbering no less than 20,000, and the number of light shield-bearers was the same. After his strength was further enhanced, he immediately issued orders to the various races and tribes in the mountains around Thessaly, requiring them to pay tribute according to the amount determined by Tarchus Scopas of the Thessaly people during the War of Hybo decades ago. If anyone did not pay, they would be attacked by his army. Some tribes were afraid of Iazon's terrible strength and chose to submit, while some unruly tribes refused his request. Therefore, Iazon decisively led his army to go on a crusade, thus igniting the flames of war in northern Greece. While Iazon was elected as Thessaly's Tarchus, the people of Athens encountered a dilemma. On one hand, they saw that their former enemies, the Thebes, were growing stronger and stronger with their help, but they still refused to pay tribute to help maintain the expenses of the Athens fleet. On the other hand, Athens' own finances were strained because of various military expenses. Of course, even so, the citizens of Athens were unwilling to cut the subsidies for watching the plays. Therefore, under the proposal of Chief General Callistratus and others, the assembly passed a resolution to negotiate with Sparta alone. Soon, Athens sent an envoy to Sparta. This was exactly what Sparta wanted. For the past few years, their army had been fighting in the territory of Pyotia. Although they had achieved some small victories, they had never been able to defeat the Thebes. Instead, the Thebes had become stronger and stronger, and Sparta's prestige had declined year by year. Now, it was getting more and more difficult to fight against them. The navy of Athens was an even bigger headache for Sparta. Not only could they not fight against them, but they also could not stop the navy of Athens from cruising the waters of Peloponnesus as if they were strolling in their own backyard. They wantonly attacked Sparta's allies, which seriously threatened the safety of Sparta's rear. Therefore, the armistice agreement between Sparta and Athens was quickly signed. After Admiral Timotheus of Athens, who was fighting outside, received a notice from the executive committee of the generals, he prepared to lead the fleet back to Athens. However, on the way back, he landed on the island of Zakynthos without permission, took control of the city-state on the island, and announced that the exiled city-state would be allowed to return to their homeland. After Zakynthos became an ally of Sparta, it received the support of Sparta to expel the Democrats. When Sparta heard this news, they thought that Athens had violated the armistice agreement. Therefore, they called on their allies to jointly fund and build a fleet to protect the rights and interests of all the allies in the sea. At the same time, Sparta also asked the new commander to lead this fleet to launch an expedition against Kerkyra. The Kerkyra people who were under attack immediately asked for help from Athens. Athens could not allow Kerkyra, who had just joined the Maritime Alliance, to be bullied by Sparta. Otherwise, as the leader of the Maritime Alliance, Athens would inevitably lose the trust of the other allies. Moreover, Kerkyra's geographical location was unique. It controlled the Bay of Corinth and various city-states along the southern coast of Kerkyra Island. It was the best base to launch an invasion against Peloponnesus from the west. At the same time, it was also an important trading route between the western and eastern Mediterranean Sea, so it could not be abandoned. For various reasons, this time, the citizens of Athens did not elect Timotheus as the commander of the fleet. Instead, they elected Iphicrates, one of the generals of Athens. Therefore, the armistice agreement between Athens and Sparta lasted for less than a few months before war broke out again. The eastern side of the Adriatic Sea was constantly at war, while the western side was a scene of peace and prosperity. In September, after the people of Dionia enjoyed the joy of the harvest, they were looking forward to the upcoming Hades celebration. Every day, thousands of people poured into Thurii, the largest city in the western Mediterranean Sea. Every day, the center of the kingdom of Dionia was bustling with excitement and joy. It was in such a lively and suffocating atmosphere that Acriton entered the inner city of Thurii. Since the war in the western Mediterranean Sea, he had not been to Dionia. This time, he came to Thurii because Dionia had sent an invitation, requesting that Carthage send an envoy to attend. The Hanoverian faction had important matters to discuss with Dionia, so they forcibly appointed Acriton, who was somewhat familiar with Dionia, to attend the Hades celebration. Although Acriton had represented Carthage in negotiations with Dionia many times in the past, he had never actually been to Thurii. This big city of hundreds of thousands of people gave him a greater shock than when Hacker first came to Thurii. After all, during the celebration, the floating population in the city was much greater than usual. He stood at the bow of the ship and looked at the countless busy docks on both sides of the Crati River. He could not help but think, if Carthage had won that war, would the city of Carthage be the same? But the facts cannot be changed. Thinking too much would only add to his worries. The more prosperous Thurii was, the more the strength of the kingdom of Dionia would be. This would undoubtedly increase the difficulty of the subsequent negotiations. Acriton frowned and fell into deep thought. The ship sailed into the inner city of Thurii, but stopped outside the docks. Because there were already many ships docked at the docks and were busy unloading goods, there were no extra trestles for the time being. Therefore, there were still some passenger ships waiting outside the docks, and Carthage's ship was the last to arrive. Acriton's attendant took a small boat and went ashore to investigate. When he came back, he reported, "My lord, I've found out that the ships that are now unloading goods are the Etruscan fleet. They have 20 ships, and I heard that most of the ships are loaded with bronze utensils, blankets, cloth, gold and silver products, olive oil, wine, and other goods. I heard a few Iberian sailors bragging at the docks that their alliance had even forged a golden crown for the king of Dionia, inlaid with many gems.